Perfecto. Alrighty, you guys already know what to do. Looks like we have our first guest. Welcome into the show, Defended Indefensible, where Trump supporters do what they do best. Gonna need you guys to do a couple things before we engage with this guest here. Looks like his name is Cody. Gonna need you to tap the screen, double tap the screen till we get to 5K and beyond. Show the algorithm what to be here. Send your daily heart meets if you have not already. Hit that follow button. Share out the live with your friends and family. Repost, add to your story. Let's knock out these little 1 cent gift goals that gets us boosted out in the FYP. And we are a go. Welcome in, YouTubers. Make sure you hit the like button on your way in, your way out. And let's get this conversation started. Links in the bio, of course, to do all the other things. Cody, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Do you regret your vote?
No.
No. Okay. Why is that?
Yeah, I'd say that there's a couple of reasons counting in favor of still supporting him or liking Trump. So yeah, I could just list out those reasons if you want.
Sure, let's do one at a time.
Sure. So yeah, one reason counting in favor is he is more closely aligned with pro-life ethics than Kamala in terms of AB.
What does pro-life mean to you?
What does pro-life mean to me? Okay, I guess that's a good question. The standard use or like just common usage of the term, especially like kind of going back to its origins, just means that you're generally against the vast majority of ABs. So especially being against elective ABs.
Interesting. And why are you against elective ABs?
Yeah, I would say that there is a morally relevant subject present in the pregnancy, and I would say that you are causing harm to that subject via the abortion. So just like prima facie, that's going to be wrong, and in the absence of overriding sort of like considerations or sort of overriding reason, that's just going to be rendered wrong.
You said subject. I find that interesting.
Causing harm to the subject.
By subject, would you be referencing the fetus?
Yeah, like the human, the living human.
The living human. I mean, it's a clump of human DNA. Sure.
You're also a clump of DNA, technically, right?
That is correct. But I'm a different
Okay.
form of a clump of DNA. I have sentience and several other factors that would separate me from a fetus.
That's right. Yeah, but you have a lot of factors that make you different from a newborn too. But you're both still valuable.
Sure, one is very valuable. Absolutely. A lot more than the other. We do not constitute life the same way. I don't know why you guys like to apply or different life forms and stages the same way. So I don't know why we only apply this when it comes to protecting fetuses and stop women from getting life-saving healthcare. Or better yet, you said elective specifically. Healthcare for the betterment of their pockets, betterment of their mental health, and several other factors.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious when you say that different like life form. I mean, I'm just kind of using the standard notion of life. And by the way, I mean, I could just like appeal to like a modest epistemic principle saying that like when there's like a vast consensus in the scientific field on something, it's probably correct. There's a vast consensus among biologists that human life begins at conception. Like 96% of biologists agree on this. So it's probably true.
Yeah, no one denied that life begins at conception and that the DNA at that stage would be alive. A fetus would be alive, but not by the standards that we would constitute, such as a point of viability and anything that would trump the rights of the mother, as you guys so often want to do.
Okay, so since you mentioned viability, can you define what viability is?
Kind of define what viability is. Typically the point to where the fetus can sustain life on its own, it would be constituting itself as a baby, or we would constitute it as a baby.
Can sustain life on its own. Okay. Cool. And would you say that humans that are not viable don't have moral consideration in your opinion?
What?
Would you say that humans that are not viable, like entities that are not viable or do not possess viability, would you say that those, in your view, you don't give moral consideration to?
You can give moral consideration to the person who would be the caregiver of them. Human beings in a coma who may not be viable by the standards we would all consider, include a brain activity to make decisions, so on and so forth. The person who would be over said body would have the right to pull the plug and make other decisions that that person cannot make for themselves. And the baby even less so, or a fetus even less so.
So you do value some entities that are not viable, but other entities that are not viable you don't care about. So you do care about some unviable entities, but not others.
I feel like I've just answered the question in regards to the stance of viability. I compared a person in a
Okay,
coma
so you're
versus a
admitting
fetus.
that. So just to not strawman you, there are entities that are not viable that you do give moral consideration to, correct?
Like what?
Like you just mentioned a person in a coma. You just implicitly said that they wouldn't be viable, yet you would give them moral consideration, right?
The moral consideration, as I mentioned, would be handed off to the person who would be over said body.
I'm asking, do you give them moral consideration, not does somebody else give them moral
What moral
consideration?
consideration? If my family member is in a coma, the viability that they would, the ability that they would have to make any decisions is completely gone. That would be under my control whether I want to pull the plug or not. That's the moral consideration I would
Really?
give them. It would all be based off of my determination, which often goes along with how much I can pay if I can afford to keep them on life support for the next 20 years in
Okay.
hopes that they would wake up.
Interesting. Okay. Wait a minute. So you're saying that the so if you have an entity that's not viable, you would say that the caregiver of that entity decides whether it's morally permissible to give nutrients or sustain its life or let it live or not?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome, cool. So let me give you this hypothetical then. So let's say that a mother is like going on a cruise somewhere. The cruise ends up like the cruise like sinks or something, and this mother just had like a newborn baby. So and let's say that unfortunately now since she's kind of stranded in a place, the only way to keep the fetus alive is via her breast milk. So now
You said
this
she had a
newborn,
baby, so it wouldn't be a fetus.
yep, newborn.
Okay. Well, you said fetus.
Yeah. So let's say that now
Fetus isn't a newborn.
this yeah, so now in this scenario, obviously the only way that the newborn can stay alive is it cannot sustain life on its own. It needs the mother's breast milk to survive. So would you say that now, since the caregiver would be the mother, would you say that it would be morally permissible if she knew that there was going to be help coming the next day to save her and her newborn? Would you say that it's morally permissible for her to just not breastfeed the kid and just let it starve?
What? No. Why would you let a
Oh,
child
that's a
starve?
contradiction. That's a contradiction.
If a baby was outside of the womb, long past the point of viability, which is counts as 24 weeks, they're able to live successfully, but with sustenance, versus being a drain on the mother in the form of threatening her life versus just her life substance, which would be breast milk. Those would be two little different things.
No, you said viability. I wrote down the definition. You said can
No.
sustain life on its own. It cannot sustain life by itself because it needs the mother's breast milk to survive this one day, because or else it's going to starve.
Yes, on its own, in the sense of living by itself without the threatening factor of hunger. That would be different.
By itself? Well, if the mother just wanders around and just leaves it there, is it going to survive? No, it's going to starve.
That's correct. That mother
Okay,
would have
so
then
it
brought
cannot survive by
that
itself.
fetus to a baby to full term to rely on her nutrients, her breast milk for sustenance, in which case that would be her responsibility to take care of at that point. Versus inside of her womb, it would be a drain on her entire system and not just the sustenance that she can produce, such as breast milk.
Wait, it's also a drain on her system when she breastfeeds, though. So this is still
That is correct.
analogous.
But again, one is a substance that she can create out of her body, and another one would be an entire drain on her body. Things that can weaken your bones, take or drop you of calcium, and several other nutrients, which milk can do, but to a vastly different degree.
Yeah, but here's the issue. Beforehand, you mentioned that if we have an entity that's not viable, like the person in the coma, you said that the caregiver can determine whether that person gets to live or not. You said I can determine whether I want to pull the plug or not. So in this scenario, since the newborn is reliant on the mother, you said that since she's the caregiver, she has the right to do what she pleases with that entity and decides whether it lives or not. So in this scenario, according to your ethics, your prior principles that you have a commitment to,
Prior
you should say that it's
principles
morally
that I
permissible for
applied
her
to
to
a
let it
person
starve.
in a coma, which is an individual who had already lived a life, been able to take care of themselves up until they were unfortunately knocked into some type of coma, and they can't have any ability to make a decision for themselves, and that would be left up to the caregiver. Versus a
A
baby,
newborn
someone you would
also
decide to
can't.
bring to full term, and then you would then have the responsibility of breastfeeding them.
Yeah. So number one, when you're saying had the sort of she wanted to bring it to full term, I could just so obviously stipulate that this is a cryptic pregnancy, so she didn't necessarily like foresee bringing this to full term.
She
And
didn't
then
foresee it, but
secondly,
she chose to.
yeah, because it's a
He's
cryptic
talking
pregnancy,
about
meaning that she didn't even
crypt-
realize she was pregnant.
yeah, cryptic
That
pregnancies are where
happens to
you
some
show no
women. Some
outward
women
signs of
literally
being
give
pregnant.
birth. Mhm.
Yeah, yep. Okay,
So
great.
some
I,
women
I I
give
love
birth
this.
and they didn't even
Yes,
realize they were
Cody,
pregnant,
I
right?
just explained it. Great. I have two questions for you. One, what's a fallopian tube?
What's the relevance of the question?
What's a fallopian tube?
I'm asking you to ground the relevance of the question because it seems like you're just doing
Right.
pop
The
quiz with
relevance
me.
of the question to me, is how much you know about the anatomy of a person who can actually carry a child. Because if you don't know
Okay.
the process of a pregnancy and how it can cause harm,
Okay.
then I don't find any point in this conversation. That's why I'm asking you.
That's fine. So, I mean, from my understanding, I mean, they're also called like uterine tubes sometimes, I think. It's just like some muscles, or you could call them some like pathways that connect ovaries to the uterus, I think. And I think that if a pregnancy implants there, then it would be considered an ectopic pregnancy, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Okay. So at least you know what that is to an extent. Okay. Sure.
But
Fantastic.
by the way,
Second question,
if you make any... Okay, go ahead.
My second question is, why do you guys come up and debate our healthcare in this Phil Bro way with these metaphors and these like made up scenarios, taking out the real people in real life who experience these situations, acting like we're not real, these things aren't happening, and we're not the ones who have to deal with things like pregnancy, labor, potential abortion, miscarriages, cycles. Like, we deal with these things, and you want to make it about hypotheticals. What are you doing?
Yeah, sure, no problem. So the reason why I bring up hypotheticals is because this is a valid mode of argumentation, just known as reductio ad absurdum. I could pull up the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
I don't want you to Philbro it. Cody, that's my point. Is I don't want you to sit here and Philbro
you don't want to
health care.
Is this not a philosophical topic?
No, it's not. It's a medical topic.
It's not? Oh no,
it's a medical topic.
So badly. Wait, is this not bioethics?
No, I didn't. It's not about.
Excuse me. It's about ethics. Is ethics a branch of philosophy? Is ethics a branch of philosophy?
Cody.
Is ethics a branch of philosophy? You're wrong.
This is health.
Ethics is a branch of philosophy. You just blundered.
This is exactly the problem that I'm trying to bring up to you, is that you're sitting here talking about this like it's not
Would
about.
Would you like sources for my claim? I have sources. Don't you guys love sources and facts?
Claims.
You don't care about you. I don't care about your claims. Wait, I have peer-reviewed academic sources.
Cody, stop. Are you ever going to lay on a table like I have twice and have a baby cut out of your body?
Oh, well, according to some people on the left, men can get pregnant, so maybe.
Oh, my Lord.
Well, blame the people on the left who say that.
Hey, let's do this. Let's do this. I'm just always curious because you came up here, I heard you typing, you're taking notes, trying to do that whole thing. I wish you the best in that. I'm sure there's several panels where you'll have some fun on. Can you tell me what it is the relevance of you being a full-blown man coming up here and arguing a ability and the morality of said ability that you will never be able to make? You'll never be able to make the decision. You'll never be able to produce the results of being pregnant, bringing a fetus to a baby and having it the full term. What is the relevance of you coming up here and arguing this?
Sure. In the same way that a woman who is infertile does not have the ability to get pregnant, she could still speak on those topics. I am also justified in speaking on those topics simply because I deem it to be evil. You would say that women that are born without uteruses, they could still have an opinion on like this topic,
unfortunate
right?
lack of function to have a baby based off of whatever disorder is not the right word. Whatever fucked up her function, you're trying to measure your ability to speak on this to hers.
Mm-hmm. Because both of us can't do it. You said I don't have the ability to. She doesn't either.
Yes, you don't have the ability to ever, and you don't have the function.
And neither does an infertile woman.
You don't have the functionality to do it. Versus she would have.
I could make another case for that though. There are some women that are born without vaginas, or some women that are born without uteruses. They also will never have the correct tools or mechanisms to be able to have a pregnancy.
Yeah, and I don't really see a lot of them going around arguing debate bro topics on abortion.
Are they justified in doing so if they do? Probably, right?
I would say they can have their opinion on it, and their opinion ultimately would not hold up so well.
By the way, Natty in the comments are wrong. Not everybody has the mechanism.
Stop reading the comments. You're up here. Hector, it's one of the other reasons that it's interesting to me is because this is ultimately, and I wish they would just say it, because it's ultimately always about control. They want to control femme people and women. They don't care about this topic. It's about controlling our ability to reproduce. And that's one of the things making me angry. I'm not done with my
also Donald
to my
Trump
friend.
is let's be super duper clear. The stance that you have that he's more pro-life than I guess Kamala. How would you substantiate that again?
Yeah, because the way that I define pro-life is just being against the vast majority of ABs.
When did Donald Trump say he's
Kamala
against the
Harris.
vast majority of ABs?
Sure. The way that he would be more pro-life, or the consequence of what he does is leaning more towards pro-life, is because he put in the three Supreme Court justices, which overturned Roe versus Wade. Obviously, Roe versus Wade is meant, to secure like privacy, like medical privacy. So
Yeah,
like
Donald
it
Trump.
was
So
allowed.
you're talking about appointees who, upon commentary, said that they would follow the law. Donald Trump never said that he would appoint these people for the sole purpose of overturning Roe v. Wade, or at least any comments he made on about it initially, particularly in 2016. He would have walked back after that election.
Yeah, so in 2016, he's obviously stated that he's pro-choice. But number one, I mean, I would obviously say people can
Well,
change.
no,
Secondly,
well,
you
yes,
could.
he did say that, but again, his entire stance on AB has been super duper flip floppy, considering that he also went as far as to exploring the idea of arresting women for having an abortion.
Yeah, I'm aware it's flip-floppy, but Kamala Harris is staunchly pro-choice, advocates strongly for wanting Roe versus Wade back in place. By the way,
Yeah,
Kit,
but
are you
again,
going to
so
admit that
again,
ethics is
how
a
would
branch of
he be
philosophy?
more? We already know that. How would he be more
I'm
pro-life
not
than
having
Kamala
that
Harris? That
conversation with
was
you.
your position and why you voted for him. So I'm asking
Yeah,
you now, how can you substantiate that? Because just Supreme Court justices, despite there being no correlation to those justices and their rulings, and him necessarily, not directly, wouldn't hold up.
sure. I would love to answer that. And by the way, after I do answer, can I address something Kit said because I feel like she spread
I'm not
misinformation
having
earlier?
I'm not having that conversation with you
Oh, interesting. Maybe because you were wrong. But anyways, so yeah,
because
essentially,
I
Episode
I'm a
consider
notes, you're
something
pointing towards
consequentialist.
healthcare.
that.
No, Cody, it's because I don't
No,
argue
that's not
Phil
why.
Bro
It's because you said
topics.
AB is
That's
not
why.
philosophical, even though it's a branch of ethics.
No,
It's a part of
I
ethics.
said that the
Ethics is
way
a branch
I
of philosophy.
approach
That's
it,
not what
I
she
know that
said.
you have a hard time listening because the
Literally, why
most
she
of the
didn't
time that
answer your
you're
question.
talking over me. What I was saying was I consider it more of a healthcare issue, more of. I did not say singular.
You said it's not philosophical. The host can clip that. Um, so, by the
Fantastic.
way, so yeah, host to answer. So essentially, I'm a consequentialist in terms of my ethics. So that's the cool thing. Even if somebody doesn't have the sole intention of producing a good outcome, like even if Trump didn't have the intention of putting something into place and that being more pro-life afterwards, I would say that the consequences of what he did ended up being more pro-life. So that in and of itself is a reason counting
Got
in
you. So
favor
you
for me
voted
of
for
voting
his
for him.
consequences of actions. Okay. So I'm glad you're able to evaluate the consequences of said person. Then you'd have to be
Can
able to own that too. Fantastic. Wonderful. 1 second. W's in the chat to Jane for the $5 super chat. I keep saying this. If men could get pregnant, abortion would be legal. I do not disagree with that in the slightest. Thank you so much, Jane. W's in the chat to you. Guys, let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up to 75K and beyond. Send your daily heart meets if you haven't already. 447 of you in here. Hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. And the best ways to support the platform is going to be links in the bio, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Hector Talks with 2 R's, or PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the tube size, you may send a super chat or a super sticker. Okay, back to you. So you voted for the consequences of his actions. Cool, wonderful, great. And based off of that consequence that you had no idea would be a consequence ultimately, and you could have never assessed that back when you voted for him that time, or even I guess 2024, you would have voted directly for that.
I
That
could
is
have,
your
but sure.
reason enough to solidify yourself as being him being more pro-life.
Yeah, by the way,
So
there are
that is
ways to
that the
actually
most
raise the
pro-life
evidence.
stance that he's taken on abortion? The consequences?
Yeah, I just want to say, by the way, when you're saying that I couldn't have
Yes.
known that by any sort of way, I was addressing something you said because I don't think it was
Yeah,
true.
but again, I'm saying, is the consequence of his Supreme Court justice picks the only way or the best argument that you have of him being pro-life or leaning more pro-life?
Is that the best? No, I could probably like give a better like Bayesian styled inference to saying that like look at his attendance of church, look at maybe past quotes that he
His
said within the
attendance
last 2
of
years.
church?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. So is your pro-life stance based off of religion?
no,
Oh,
secular.
secular. Fascinating. So what is the relevance of church?
Sure. So if you were to make like sort of a Bayesian styled inference, you could say that like what you would expect if somebody were to genuinely be changing to a pro-life position is you would expect to see things like them maybe attending church more. Maybe you would
Not
expect
necessarily,
like them to say
especially
more quote.
considering that the Bible has nothing in abortion.
You wouldn't expect that?
No.
actually,
Okay.
it has one thing,
Well,
Hector.
most
The Bible does say that life starts at first breath.
yeah, the Bible says thou shalt not murder. So I mean, That's one thing. But
Yeah, and what is the definition
So
of
if life
abortion?
starts
the
right.
definition of
If life
AB,
Mhm.
I would say that
Mhm.
is the intentional termination of a pregnancy that doesn't result in a live birth.
Ah, got you. Cool. That doesn't sound like murder. Fascinating.
Doesn't
if
sound
life
like, well,
doesn't
maybe not to
if
you.
Well, not in
if
the
life
definition
starts
that
at
you just
first
gave.
if life starts at first breath, then there is no schmurder before then, according
Well,
to the
there's a
Bible.
couple of ways to address that. I mean, number one, you could say that that verse is referring to the first life that came into being, which was Adam, which was, that was the first sort of the way that the first breath was interpreted just for the first human. But afterwards, obviously, you don't have to take that literally. And secondly, because things are like metaphorical in the Bible, right? I mean, but secondly, obviously life does begin at conception. I mean, not even the host denies that. I mean, he agreed to that at the start because 96% of biologists affirm that life begins at conception from over 1,000 different
Keep
academic
rambling, but again, we
institutions.
do not
Over
constitute all life
5,000
forms the same.
biologists.
So it was a really stupid point you keep bringing up.
By the way, just
I
to be clear, over 5,000 biologists. You can look this up. Steve
I
Jacobs,
don't know what that has to do
2018.
with your argument on abortion
no
being
one's
murder.
he just wants to say all of the stuff that he's studied and researched so he feels more valid in his attempt to control
Oh,
people.
wow. I want
That's
to bring
all
up
that is,
research.
Hector.
Yeah. That's like what
Yeah,
normal
okay.
people do during
So
discussions. Yes.
Cool.
no,
Hold
no,
on.
you're just
Hold on. I
all
really want to go back to something he said, okay? Because you brought up his attendance of church being an example of a leaning of him being more pro-life, despite that not being an objective way to assess that when the Bible does not mention anything about abortion. You then tried to bring up an argument earlier about his Supreme Court justices, which has just been a consequence of his picks and not so much a direct correlation that you could have made because of his picks. So I'm really looking for something a little bit more concrete as to why you believe Donald Trump is more pro-life, considering
So
that he's
when
been
you
super
when you say
flip-floppy on the
that,
thing the whole time.
sure. So when you say that it's not an objective way, just because you went to church, that's not an objective way of seeing if somebody's pro-life. That's actually not even a real critique for me because I don't think that there is a sort of deductive proof to be certain that anybody is pro-life, right? Like there is no valid argument.
You don't
in
think there's
classical
deductive
logic.
proof that someone is pro-life in the way that you define it, which is being staunchly
No,
against any and all forms of elective
no, there's no
AB?
deductive. There is no deductive argument for that in classical logic with a certainty. For like knowing it for sure, yeah, no, it doesn't
Okay,
exist.
so someone's position, someone's entire life work being anti-choice, being pro-life, being against any and all forms of elective abortions, you cannot say objectively is a pro-life stance. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You cannot know for sure that they are genuinely against ABs because mental states are, we have an epistemic gap between mental states and people's actions. It's obviously a logical possibility that somebody could be faking it, that you could be hallucinating, that we could be a brain in a vat. There's obviously tons of counterexamples to sort of debunk that we could know that for certain. This is just like standard,
Yeah, okay, well, sure. And we can make
epistemology.
the argument that literally nothing is 100%. So what is your point?
No, not really. I mean, you could say that like, I think, therefore I am. You could say that like, that's a statement that we can know for certain.
What?
I think, therefore I am. Rene Descartes, one of the most famous quote in all philosophy. I mean, I thought you would pick up on that, but I'm just saying
I
there are
think
things that we could
therefore I
prove.
am.
Yeah.
Okay.
But okay, aside, it's not kind of like a side point, but listen, the point is I don't need to provide a deductive proof to show that he's certainly pro-life. All I'm saying is that he probably, who has a better chance of leaning more with my pro-life ethics? Yeah, that's going to be Trump because Kamala's staunchly
I
pro-choice. Kamala's the farthest thing from pro-life that you can get to.
I just have
Kamala
one more
Harris is
question.
extremely pro-life, actually.
I just have one more question. I'm gonna be
Kamala?
quiet for a minute. Cody, can you name a single one of, you were speaking of consequences earlier about the SCOTUS case overturning Roe v. Wade. Can you name a single one of the women who have lost their lives because of the them unable to access health care since the overturn of Roe v. Wade? Can you name one of them?
Yeah.
Also,
Who?
name that, and then I got something.
Adriana Hernandez.
Got you. Did you, the survey that you referenced, the 5,000 scientists that agree
Yeah.
that life begins at conception, do you know what life that was?
What life that was?
What kind of life?
Biological life?
Biological
Cellular life?
Okay, cool. Do we rate biological life the exact same way that we rate other life forms? Like other degrees of life?
Do we rate biological life the same
Yeah,
way?
do we
It
treat
depends.
biological life entirely the way that we would treat like sentience and everything else?
Some biological lives we do, others we don't, because there's some biological lives like a partial molar pregnancy, which is not valuable. So in that case, no. But in other terms of biological lives, like a normal pregnancy, then sure.
A normal pregnancy.
Yeah, one that's like not a partial molar pregnancy.
Okay. Because you're making this entire argument that abortion, elective abortion, I would argue in what all forms or all stages of the pregnancy would be a murder because life begins at conception, which is biological. But then you just admitted that we do not consider all biological life forms the same. We don't give them the same credence.
Correct.
So
Yeah, that's
what
fine.
exactly would give a fetus that consideration that you want? Why do you want to give the consideration to the fetus over other life forms?
Sure, yeah. The reason why is because there's going to be other things that, even though they're biologically living, they're not going to possess something like a flow, which would be a future like ours, or something like an ant, which is also not going to have like a future of super valuable experiences. So if you were to like
So
look
now
at a
you're
partial molar
wait.
pregnancy,
So now you're rating it off of you're rating the biological life off of experiences,
no, I said it has future valuable experiences.
future valuable experiences. Okay.
Yeah,
So
correct.
we would consider the life forms different on different levels because of the future life experiences that they can have.
Yes, of course. Like a partial molar pregnancy, which has two sets of the sperm, that's not going to be able to like ever survive outside the womb and have like a meaningful life or anything like that. So in that case, I'd be fine with getting an abortion,
Okay.
right? But
So
in
I
the case
just want to
of
make this point. So we can look at the future life experiences of a fetus via a mother that may have a substance abuse problem, an abusive relationship, or no home. And then that mother decides to electively terminate said fetus based off of the future experiences that it could have, being a net negative to herself. Better yet, we can argue fucking society. Why shouldn't she be allowed to do that?
Sure, because even though in the case of like if she's going through substance abuse issues or has an abusive partner, even though that may result, and I'm not saying that it will always result, but it may result in her life being a quote unquote net negative, I would say that overall that fetus still has a life that's worth living, even when it's outside the womb. And if you were to say that it's not a life worth living, then I could just apply like a sort of another reductio argument to that and say, okay, like imagine that we had a day before birth. Imagine that we had a family that was like broken up in a really bad situation. They were all poor, substance abuse and all these things. Would it be justified to get a lethal termination a day before birth? And you'd probably say no. But with a partial molar pregnancy, yeah, there's like not even a future at all. It's not that it will have a bad future. It's not that it'll have like a future where it may get abused. It's just that it directly doesn't really even have a future at all. That's why I'm okay with terminating that biological life, but not other biological life.
Interesting. So you just have different values on the experiences future experiences that can come based off the biological life form. Because at one point you're saying don't value a life a day before they would have birth, despite the fact that would be several weeks after the point of viability. Interesting. Cool. So
Can I
here's
ask
the
a
thing.
question to Kit, by the way?
No, unless you want to answer it, Kit. It's up to you.
What?
He wants to ask you.
Would you agree that abortion is a philosophical topic?
I would say that I don't want to philosophically argue my healthcare with people that just want to look up a bunch of bullshit online and then feel like they have a right
Not
to control my
surprised I
body.
didn't get an answer.
How far does your argument go in regards to a moral wrong that should be stopped by a government body? How far do you take that? I'm curious.
I mean, probably not as far as other pro-lifers, because I think that I think it's called mens rea. I think it's like, criminal intent. I think that that's something that matters a lot. I think that when most women go and get ABs, I think that most of the time they're either like not well aware of what's exactly inside of them. Maybe they haven't like studied the ethics of it. So I don't think that they're necessary.
You think
I don't think they have like
women
bad intentions.
are not well aware of what's inside of them?
Are you
Well, at least at a
absolutely
deep
kidding
philosophical
me?
at a deep
Are you
philosophical
kidding me?
level.
At
No,
a deep
no.
philosophical
Have
level, you think women don't
you-
know what comes from a pregnancy?
No, they
you
obviously
know
know
what
that
it
it's a
feels
human.
like to have a
I'm saying at a
foot?
deep
Do you know
philosophical
what it's
level.
like to? Do you know what it feels like to have a foot jabbed into your kidney or your liver? Do you know?
Is this a response to what I just said?
Yes. Do you know what that feels like inside of you? Do you know what it feels like to carry a baby?
What do you think the answer to that is?
I'm pretty sure it's no, and that's my point.
Okay, so why are you asking?
You're going to say
Are
we
you
don't
just being
understand
rhetorical?
what's happening in our own bodies on some deep philosophical level. Like we don't know exactly what we're doing. Like we don't know but that there's something inside of us growing, that there's something inside
Yeah,
of us
no
taking
shit,
us,
they
that there's
know that.
something
I'm
inside
saying
of
at a
us
On a
deeper
deep
level.
philosophical level.
what deeper level?
Women do not think that
You could
deeply
look at
about
the
what's in their body, y'all. Women do not think that deeply
could
when
look
they
at the
when they
Apparently,
open
we're
their legs and go and lay out with anyone. Women do not think very deeply about what could come afterwards
Right.
and exactly
Taking-
what they would carry
take-
to term.
Yeah, most people don't study
taking all
philosophy.
of
Why
our
would they know?
taking all of our vitamins and nutrients, and we're willingly doing that for those of us that
That's
go
not
through
a
with our
deep philosophical
pregnancies.
understanding. That's
The
surface
deep
level
philosophical
stuff.
understanding. It's what it's. Oh my gods.
Understanding the
Surface level
ontology,
stuff.
the view of personhood that you take, understanding the biological
Yes.
harmony that persists through time, understanding
Wonderful.
understanding
Yeah,
So
Joe,
hold on,
please,
hold on,
please,
hold on.
please do, Danielle.
I was about to say Danielle came up there. I'm sorry, took so long, Danielle, and then
No, you're
James had a
good.
question. But go ahead, Danielle.
I just wanted to ask the
I just find it
Cody
crazy
a
that it's
couple
men doing this,
questions
but yes.
here.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so
Cody-
sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. 1 second before I forget. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, you're good.
Debbie's in the chat says Stell for the $2 Venmo. Why can't abortion be the consequences? Debbie's in the chat too. Shauna for the $5 Venmo. All of the women in the chat are dry because of Cody. I mean, probably not his first time, right? Debbie's in the chat to Jeanette for the $10 PayPal. I don't want to hear jack shit about my responsibility from someone who can knock me up and then bounce. Piss off. Yeah, yep. That's kind of crazy. They're supposed to have all these says, but then if they dip, the best you can get them is through court. Anti cases. W's in the chat to all the donos. W's in the chat to all the donos. Guys, you already know the best ways to support the streams. There's going to be links in the pile. We have the pool there for the thing. So do everything with the links in the bio. Hector Talks with 2 R's. Hector Talks with 2 R's. Or Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the tube side, super chat or super sticker. Double tap the screen. Let's get the likes up to 100K and beyond. Do all the things. Go ahead, Danielle. I apologize.
Thank you, Shauna.
Hello. So I just wanted to ask Cody a couple questions since he wants to sit here and talk about women's bodies like he knows them so well. Can you tell me when women typically get an abortion? Like in what weeks and
Yeah,
of their
sure.
pregnancy?
About 93% of them happen at the first trimester. So that's going to be like around 9 to 12-ish weeks.
Right. Okay. And can you tell me what has formed in the fetus at that time?
Yeah, so that's around the time that it moves from being an embryo to a fetus. So at a fetus, at around like 8 weeks, it starts growing like little fingers, little hands, little limbs. It's still obviously it's not sentient yet. It's not conscious. That more so arises at about 20 weeks. At least that's the medical consensus of it. Yeah, that would be, small little limbs is what starts arising at around 10-ish weeks, you could say.
Okay, so since you said that, thank you so much for using that word, sentience. It has no sentience, right? It has no feeling. It has no
Obviously.
nerves. It has no brain. So why do we care about it?
Oh, well, if you're going to make the claim that you need to be sentient
Let me go.
to have moral consideration, I would love to hear a logically valid argument for that. Do you have an argument for that?
What do you mean exactly? I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
By logically valid argument, yeah, the standard neutral use of those words, that's as it's always used in ethics. So by logically valid, it just means that the conclusion actually follows from your premises. And by logical, I just mean something that's like not a blatant like non sequitur. Also doesn't like have any internal contradictions. Do you have a logically valid argument or not?
That was good. You said a lot of big words for me. I'm not gonna cap to you. So I'm just gonna put it this way. The
You do
baby
have a valid argument?
The fetus has no
You're not going to
feeling.
answer. Oh.
Okay. The fetus has no feeling. It has no brain. It has no nerves. So you're telling a woman to keep something in their body that doesn't even know it exists, and I think that's kind of insane to me. You know what I mean?
A newborn also doesn't know it exists, by the way, so that was really bad.
I'm not talking about a newborn. We're talking about fetuses. And I also wanted to ask you definitions.
Yeah, then you're special pleading.
I think
Logical fallacy.
Hector already talked to you about definitions. Didn't you guys talk about like fetus and the term baby?
We didn't exactly go through all of that, but you didn't answer my question. Do you have a logically valid argument or not?
Up, to be fair.
Right. Okay. So I just wanted to ask him about the fetus and the babies because he kept mixing up those words, and I feel like in the medical field you can't mix up the term fetus and baby. So what does the word fetus mean?
Yeah, fetus just means it's a certain gestational period, and usually starting at 8 weeks upwards until like the rest of the time of the pregnancy. And Yeah, you didn't answer my question, by the way. I've asked you 3 times. You have a logically valid argument. You just kind of skimmed over that. It's kind of making me think that you don't have a logically
I'm
valid
really
argument.
not here to answer your questions. I'm just here to
Oh,
ask
you're
you a
not?
couple
Oh,
questions.
okay. I don't know if I'm going to answer you then respectfully, because that's like not really fair, right? That's like dialectically kind of
So
perverted.
a fetus is an offspring of human development, right?
Why do you keep
And
going
it
on
is
TikTok?
in
Are you like
it
Googling
is
the
in the
definition?
prenatal. Yes, I am actually, so I can give you the exact
Oh.
definition and not some half-ass definition that you gave.
Exact
A
definition? Wait, you
fetus.
think that objective definitions exist?
Oh my goodness! As I was saying, a fetus is.
No such thing as an objective definition, by the way.
A fetus is in the stages of fetal development, right? Whereas a baby has already come out of the woman.
Oh, really? Is that an objective truth, what you just said?
I locked my phone. That is just the medical terminology for it. I just don't understand.
Is that an objective truth?
What is hold on. What is an objective? Y'all, I'm slow, okay? What is an objective
That means stance independent. It means that the truth maker for the proposition is stance independent. Is that an objective truth?
Okay, an objective truth. One more time, say that one more time so I can try and understand.
Yeah, it means stance independent truth. It means that the truth maker for the proposition is stance independent. It doesn't rely on somebody's stance or somebody's mind to be true.
He's saying fact. Is it fact?
Oh, yes, it is a fact. You can go and look it up.
Well, you're wrong. Because guess what? Yeah, you're wrong. So I could explain how you're wrong, because definitions, the nature of them are stipulative. Definitions, there's no such thing as an objective definition to a word. So when you're saying that the word baby has some sort of objective meaning, like it needs to be outside of the word, that'd be
objective
false.
definition
all
in the
definitions are
medical
stipulative.
context. In the medical context, the only context that would fucking matter, my guy.
Thank
Holy
you. That's what I'm
shit.
saying. We're talking about the medical terminology of these
You could be a
things. I don't
semantic
care about
pluralist. You could think that
your-
there's several definitions to a word. You could be a semantic pluralist. So you're
Yes,
just
but-
this
The
is just so
only
confused.
definition that matters in the context of this conversation being abortion, a medical procedure, would be the medical definition. The medical
You think that
definition
there's
would
an
be
objective
objective.
medical definition? Yeah, no, definitions are stipulative. There's no such thing even as an objective medical definition. You could say that there's a common usage, but then I would just ask you, what's the argument that we ought hold to common usage? I guarantee
Can
that
you
won't give an
tell
argument
me
for that. Danielle,
what
do you have a
other
valid argument or not?
definition of a abortion is widely used in a different medical field or field that would be relevant in the doctor's room?
What's the definition of abortion?
Yeah, because we're going off a medical definition.
Some people just consider it the termination of a pregnancy. Some people will say termination of a pregnancy that doesn't result in live birth. Some people will say that an abortion is just the exiting of certain tissue in your uterus. I mean, there's several ways that people use the term.
I just feel like we're not using
Language is
these terms
indeterministic.
in the
Language is
That would
messy.
all be in the one definition. You adding different words to the same definition. I don't like what?
No, they were
It's just
slightly
different
different, but-
words. Termination
okay,
of a pregnancy, which would be before the live birth. What?
Yeah, there's
Just because one
those
added
were
live
slightly
birth doesn't make it
distinct.
different.
Those were not all.
Make the
Those were
distinction.
not all like logically equivalent.
Make
but
the distinction.
Danielle, you've not answered any of my questions. Do you have a logically valid argument that you need to have sentience to be morally
I have a
considered?
logically valid argument that if we're talking about abortion and medical procedure, you need to stay in the medical definitions. Otherwise, your
You
points
do?
are moot.
Oh wait, you do? Oh, I would wait. So you're saying you do have a logically valid argument for that claim?
That we need to have a medical conversation
Mm-hmm.
about medical definitions and how we apply it in the conversation about abortion, because it is a medical procedure.
And you're saying you do have a valid argument, right?
I'm sorry, I've been making my argument this entire time. Ultimately, my argument is that you should stay the fuck out of it, but I digress.
But just to be clear, you're
was
saying
my
that that's a
argument.
logically valid argument, correct, host?
A logically valid argument to use medical terms to talk about pregnancy or the termination of a pregnancy? Yeah.
Oh, cool. What's the valid rule of inference of your argument?
The valid rule of inference. Y'all got dumb it down for me, buddy.
Yeah, so a valid rule of inference is going to be a logical pattern that arguments have to follow in order to be logically valid. Because validity is just defined as a sort of pattern or this type of logical structure that grounds logical
Okay,
necessity.
cool.
between
Since
the
we're talking about
premises and-
medical procedure, we'd follow down a logical medical definition and using medical terminologies to explain this procedure, because those are the only ones who would be relevant and logically consistent in this conversation.
Just to be clear, a valid rule of inference is a logical pattern that has usually a certain name. I'm asking you for the valid rule of inference of your argument. I don't think that your argument follows a valid rule of inference. That's why I'm saying that your argument is not logically valid, because your argument lacks a valid rule of inference.
Okay, cool. How does my argument lack a valid rule of inference?
I mean, this is essentially how, number one, it's possible for your premises to be true but conclusion false. And secondly, I memorized pretty much all of the standard valid rules of inference that exist, such as, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and list all of them, but, disjunctive syllogism, hypothetical syllogism, modus tollens. I've had them all memorized, and I could see that the structure of your argument doesn't follow any of these sort of formulas.
Can you please? Okay, you keep saying that. Go ahead and walk me through it. Walk me through the invalidation
okay, sure. So
of my
I'll
argument.
walk it through it. So,
mind.
for example, we could test to see if it follows a certain valid rule of inference, such as modus ponens. Modus ponens is going to be if P, then Q. That's the first premise. Second premise, P, conclusion, therefore Q. Your argument doesn't follow that because your argument didn't include a conditional statement like if, and then a then.
Go ahead. I'm hearing everything you're saying. Are you not hearing me?
Thank the fucking gods.
YouTube, you got muted because we played the drop song. Couple things here. Which one did I miss? Debbie's in the chat to Lena for the $1 Venmo. He is so ignorant about pregnancy that Takopi calls it philosophy. I can't. I mean, Debbie's in the chat to Melanie for the $5 Venmo. Thank goodness Cody will never reproduce. Yeah, I think so too. But unfortunately, his demographic are the ones who kind of make the laws on that. So square one, right? W's to you. W's in the chat to Gucci for the $5 Venmo. I need him to tell us the difference between a fetus, a newborn, and a comatose patient. His hypothetical is literally the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Well, he didn't. That's why he mixed up fetus and baby at the beginning and then tried to compare a child who would breastfeed to a person who would be on life support. So there was that. W's in the chat to James for the $5 Venmo. This maggot chud using a shit ton of words just to say he wants to control women. Yeah, I really wish they would just get to saying the quiet part out loud. Ultimately, the moral arguments is super funny because then we can see their moral consistently falls in every other department. There's a reason why these people hyper focus on abortion. Did you guys hear him? He went to the school of debating abortion. He studied for probably a good 5 to 7 years and he graduated with flying colors. And that's all he wants to speak on because he voted for a piece of shit. W's in the chat to Neely for the $10 Venmo. Please ask this Phil bro to punch himself in the face for me. I would have done it too, but I think he's punching himself already. You think he has kids? Or, I don't know, anyone who actually cares about him in his life? Even if he does, she's probably a maggot too. W's in the chat to Erica for the $29 Venmo. He's so aggy. Yeah, he is. And there's a couple others that I have here. Hold, please. Shit. Sorry, guys. It's all compressed. Shit. James had a question. I'm so sorry, James. I forgot to give you a chance to do that. Debbie's in the chat to Ren for the $5 cash app. If he sung the Circle of Life, I'm out. Debbie's in the chat to Kimberly for the $4 cash app. Tired of hearing this man speak on women's bodies. Debbie's in the chat to Ren again for the $30 cash app. Please make the bad man go away. Debbie's in the chat to Bree for the $10 cash app. Yeet count. Debbie's in the chat to Bree again for the $20 cash app. Bye, Cody. Y'all saw me counting it up here. Why did... Okay, that's all. And let me double check. Check YouTube here. Looks up. Shit. Hold on. W's in the chat to Above Infinity for the $5 super chat. Hector, please ask Captain Triard here to stop the word salad Warhammer game. He needs to stop trying to play intellectualist. He's making my ass itch. Fucking A, would you say that? W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Betty for the $2 cash app. Phil bros think they are Vulcans by saying logical. Yeah, there's that. I don't know why you guys have fun doing things like that and making arguments of things that you can never do, and then try to make stupid equivalencies of, oh, women who can't have birth because of a function being taken away from them, they can speak on it, or blah, blah, blah. I don't know of a bunch of women who can't have birth up on these panels debating abortion. They typically say we don't give a fuck, but I digress. Guys, thank you so much for your support. Best way to support the platform is going to be links in the bio. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Hector Talks with 2 R's, or PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. I do want to give the panelists a chance to finish their thoughts and anything they wanted to conclude on before I drop y'all down and move on to the next guest, starting with Kit.
Yeah, I just really want to remind any other fragile white men in the chat that you know how y'all are so very upset that the birth rate is getting lower and we don't want to have your offspring. Maybe get a personality that's not two-dimensional and bland and all about controlling people, and then that wouldn't be such a problem for y'all. That I'm amazed that people are so worried about this male loneliness epidemic. They could be lonelier. Like, in my personal opinion, men could be lonelier. Anyway, that's all. Love you, Hector. Sorry, I'm in a crash out mood. I was getting pissed off. But I appreciate you.
I don't give a shit, Kit. Thank you so much. Love you. Danielle, final thoughts.
Alrighty, I'm sorry. I'm so sick of these men thinking they can come in these spaces and talk about abortion as if they know what they're talking about. I kept hearing him.
Oh, he definitely knew definitions of words, mostly.
Right, he knew that. I'm like, I saw he kept confusing fetus and baby, and that was just irking me a little bit. But
that's why he kept going back to the human DNA being a life form. That's literally why he kept going back.
Right. I just feel like if you're not gonna get pregnant, you can't get pregnant. Not women, but men. You should just mind business and worry about men and what y'all can and cannot do. That's just it. I just wanted to come up and question him a little bit, and he was asking me all those questions, using all those big ass words to make it seem like he was smart. Yeah. But you guys have a good night. Tap that screen, and I'll see you guys in the chat. Good night.
So much. She told you. Good night. Thank you so much for coming up. What's up, James?
I forgot what the fuck I came up here for.
God damn it.
Lord have mercy, Jesus. All right, so real quick, he's a sesquipedalian, and I'm tongue-tied because I'm a little sleepy, but just a person that uses big words to try to sound smart, but isn't really saying anything. He kept bringing up Bayesian logic, which operates from a premise of an understood prior. Because there's such moral conflict in abortion, you wouldn't apply Bayesian logic to it. But, I mean, I digress. You're dealing with a person that just came up here and used a bunch of big words to try to make it seem like he knew what he was talking about. But the first part of philosophy that we should always consider is that there is no thing that is necessarily true that can't be argued. Everything can be argued, which is what he was doing up here, and quite annoying doing it because he was trying to suggest to the audience that he knew something that he didn't. Sounds about white.
Sounds about white. Please understand something. Once I hear a man filbroing abortion, I completely turn off the conversation. I don't care where they land. I don't care what their argument is. It really means nothing to me because you don't or shouldn't have the ability to make that decision for anyone else, whether you believe it's morally sound or not. In fact, I kind of forgot to go down the road that I was going to in regards to how far his morality or moral view went. And when we talk about things like secondhand smoking with so many parents, because secondhand smoking is also a big killer of individuals, specifically children, when it comes to deregulation. Like, I just wanted to see how far he went, and I just kind of lost it because I didn't give a fuck anymore. Anyways.
Yeah, I think if I could go back in time, I definitely know whose mom I could ask to have an abortion. Anyway, you could just drop me.
Thank you so much for coming up, James.
Bye.
Love you, James. Love Viking. Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I think that Cody really just proved that, like, all of you people up here, I mean, I can agree with you on many aspects, but I think he just proved that, like, you guys are just, like, very low tier. I mean, he was barely even filbroing. He was just running, like, a very basic, like, epistemic argument on, like, abortion, and I'm pro-choice, like, as well, but I think he just proved that you guys really need to educate yourselves on abortion.
Like, what do we need education on?
Yeah, fact. Like, say, start educating yourself maybe on, like, different like, epistemic and meta-ethical principles. Like, like what you said, like a Bayesian logic, as well as
educate
other things
ourselves
like
on
that.
how to better argue abortion. Educate ourselves on
Yeah,
more
not just like
articulate
abortion,
conversations,
but like
specifically go
logic.
down a line of Philbroing, right? Literally
Yeah,
what we
not
said.
just like abortion itself, but like logic and other things,
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah,
like
yeah. I don't,
meta-ethics as
hey,
well.
so, hey, maybe you missed this. I don't give a fuck about any of that. Okay? None of it whatsoever.
So you don't really care about
Once he came up on this
actually
panel,
having
maybe you don't know this. Once he
high.
came up on this panel, I wasn't he sitting here to prove that abortion is a moral thing for him, because that is extremely fucking subjective. I don't care what his morality views are. Let me make something clear. My stance on abortion, or my stance on the government in general, is that you don't get the right to determine what other people do with their own bodies, particularly in instances where A, you cannot have a fetus, then a baby, you can't carry it to term. B, if you're not going to take care of or to provide sustenance for these individuals to carry these things to term, you should especially shut the fuck up. C, like, it doesn't matter.
I'm sorry. You said that the government can't regulate what people do with their bodies. Is that not what they do when they regulate, like, say, murder? Right? Like murder is like
Hey,
based on
okay,
bodily
cool, got
autonomy.
you. Since you want to go down his line, the government cannot determine what you do with your own body and the product of your body. Specifically, what you do with the products of your body, not versus picking up another physical object and then shanking someone, because that would be murder.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you had like no argument against his positions, like that
I made my
abortion
arguments
was
very
murder,
clear
right?
against his
All you
position.
would say is that it was not his body, so therefore he couldn't
No, I made
choose,
several
right?
other arguments that whole
I
time.
mean, Ari was up here, like other people were up here crashing out, just not able to understand like some of his arguments that he was even running. Like, I mean, like Ari wouldn't even engage with him on a on like her meta, or Daniela, I think it was, wouldn't even engage with him on like a logical like argument for why.
And it's not Danielle's live, it's mine. What's your point? I don't know what happened. Where did he go? Did he drop, or did Ahmad drop him? I guess Ahmad dropped him, or he dropped himself. I don't know what happened. I literally looked away for a second. Okay. Free speech. Did you vote for Trump?
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Did you vote for Trump?
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I didn't vote for Trump. And basically what I wanted to get at was people die for rights. That's how we gain them, and that's how we keep them.
I agree. Unfortunately. Trump supporters only. Request up in the box. Prod, did you vote for Trump?
No, I did not vote for Trump at all. I actually voted for
Kamala Harris. We are about a year and a half out from when she lost the 2024 election, and the people who still vote for her can't seem to get her fucking name right. I think you guys can do a better job at that. Comma, like a comma in a sentence. La, as in la 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 la. Comma, la. If you can say Arnold Schwarzenegger, please don't fucking play about her name. Jesus Christ. Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you may call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Oh, I don't even have it up. Whoopsies. No, I do. Haha. Never mindy. I said what I said. WSTU, Style 6, thank you so much for the cap. Thank you so much for the cap. Guys, there are 423 people in the live. If you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday at 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Send your daily heartbeats if you haven't already. If you're grayed out in the chat, or consider becoming a fan club member today, you get a couple cool stickers when you do. Let's knock out this little gift goal here. 100 of the finger hearts. Continue to do that to boost us out in the FYP. Share out the live with your friends and family, pet ops. I know you know someone who needs to hear this information. Repost the live, add it to your story. Consider becoming a super fan if you want to, particularly if you're in the Discord, or better yet, join the Discord with the link in the bio, and you can subscribe there directly. TikTok takes 50% and Discord only takes 10%. And of course, the best way to support the platform is going to be the links in the bio, whether it's following me or the other social medias, joining the Discord community, getting yourself some merchandise off the merchandise shop, such as from the Kamala would never line, because Kamala would never be a man up here arguing stupid shit they couldn't do. And finally, links in the bio if you want to support the platform directly, whether it's to send a message, keep these streams going, or just Say hi to my cute face. You can do all of those things with the Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. If you're over on the Tube side, welcome in. Hit the like button on the way in or the way out. Subscribe, turn on notification bells. You may send a super chat or a super sticker. Any cases. I believe they can pronounce her name but intentionally say it wrong as a slur. Well, he was a Kamala supporter, which doesn't necessarily excuse him of a bunch of things. But in regards to the Republican Party, yeah, absolutely. 6,000%. Mispronouncing intentionally black people's names is one of the oldest microaggressions in the book. Oldest ones in the book. So there's that. I don't believe him. I have no reason to not believe him. I say this all the time, and I want to make this super duper clear. Just because you're a Trump supporter, just because you voted for Kamala does not excuse you, does not make you good. I've spoken to my fair share of shitty Trump supporters. So there's that. Here's what we're going to do, Jacob. Here's what we're going to do. Because I don't know why you guys keep playing this game. If you're going to make claims in the chat, you're going to substantiate them on this panel. And that's the only place you're going to be able to substantiate them. Wonderful. Hey, Jacob, did you vote for Trump? Actually, I know you did because of the stupid shit you said in the chat. Would you like to articulate how exactly Kamala Harris isn't black?
Her father is Indian, not black.
Who's her father?
Her dad.
Who is her father?
Her father.
Yeah. Who is her father? What's his name? Who is he?
Her father.
Cool. I'm going to ask you again. I'm going to ask you to give a smarter answer this time because it's not looking good for you right now in front of about 500 people. Who is her father? You can just say you don't know.
Her father is Donald Harris.
Donald Harris. Wonderful. Wow. Why did it take you so long to answer that question?
Because I think we both know who her father is.
No, I didn't know if you knew who her father was. That's why I asked you the question.
Oh, okay.
Now that we've established that you do know, or at least you had enough time to look it up, what is the race of her father?
Indian.
Indian. So if you Google Donald J. Harris right now, just an extra letter in there, just for knowledge. If you Google Donald J. Harris race right now, it will say Indian.
Oh, yes, it would.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to give you the opportunity to do something that very rarely Trump supporters do. I'm going to ask you to prove your point. And I have $50 with your name on it if you can. I want you to go to Google. I want you to Google what you just said. And you come back with the screenshot. Okay? When you drop from the panel or say a slur or run, it's no consequence to me. But if you do come back and articulate your point, $50, bro.
Got you.
Take your time.
Okay, I will.
Bro.
Do you have a secondary device? Jacob?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I do.
I got you. That's what you're using to Google. Just wanted to double check. Okay, go ahead, Erica.
Yeah. Hey, no, if he slurs to run or if he skedaddles, all right, or if he starts to do that Darvo or pivoting crap, that's just a concession.
Oh.
It's a concession.
That we know.
Can you define concession for me?
It's a concession. You be conceding to the point you be admitting that you were in fact wrong.
Okay, got you.
Mm-hmm. It's unfortunate. You have a computer right in front of you, bro. You could look that up.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. Then how are you actually going to be proving your point then?
Through my mind.
Through your mind. Hector, it begins. It begins.
What is that supposed to mean?
This is still ringing.
Hector knows. The chat knows.
The chat knows what?
Does it usually take you this long to Google stuff?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, okay.
I think I looked up the wrong guy.
Donald J. Harris.
Yeah, this is the wrong guy.
Who is the wrong guy? What is the description of the Donald J. Harris that you're looking at?
His name is Donald Jasper Harris. I think it's the wrong guy.
I don't know if it's Jasper.
Who's getting called?
It's me. Someone's calling in on the YouTube line, despite the fact that we have a guest up on panel. Cool. So you'd be looking for Kamala Debbie Harris's father, Donald J. Harris. You can add that to your Google search, and that will help you fast track this.
Mm-hmm. It says right here, Indian.
Right where?
Right where I'm looking on my screen.
Turn your camera on.
I'm so stupid.
I want to see it.
I can't turn my camera on. My camera broke.
Your camera broke?
Yes.
Yeah.
It broke when I threw my phone on the ground.
Both cameras?
Was it during a temper tantrum?
Yes, it was a temper tantrum.
I get it.
And both your cameras broke?
Yeah.
Your webcam and your front cam? And your rear cam?
I'm not gonna lie. You were correct.
Oh.
He is Jamaican. I did not know that. I thought he was Indian.
Oh, hold on. It's not enough. Hold on, no. Let me be clear. Jacob. Jamaican can be white. Jamaican is not race. Okay? I'm helping you out here. Jamaican is not race. Okay? So, but just to more solidify this point, just to make sure we're correct, I want you to now Google the population, the racial demographics of Jamaica, and tell me what that says.
Man, is her daddy black or no?
No, I'm walking him through this.
It says that they're 80% black/African.
80%. Interesting. Last time I looked, it was 93. But whatever. Fuck it. I'll go with that. So yeah. So there's a good reason to believe that the majority of people that would come out the area could be black. However, what if he's a part of that 20% that you reference? What if he's a part of that 20% that could be other than black? How will we then narrow down that he's not a part of that percentage?
How?
I'm asking you.
Enlighten me.
Got you. It would be his ancestry, right? So if he had black parents, those black parents would then be a determining factor of him being black, because that now would just be based off of location.
How would you know based off where his parents, if they're also
We can follow
Jamaican?
his family tree. We can follow his lineage and the racial demographics of them.
Wouldn't everyone's family lineage lead back to somebody that's black eventually?
Jesus Christ. I didn't never know how race worked.
At all.
Damn.
At all. What is race?
Race is your heritage.
Race is your heritage.
Yes.
No, you're wrong.
Race
You're wrong.
is not heritage, my guy.
Your mama was wrong for not swallowing. Okay, got it.
W's in the chat to
That was not
Tashina
too
for the
far.
$5 cash app. Keep
I'm
educating
not
the
amused by
people.
you, Erica, please.
I do my best.
Silence.
I said my bad. My bad.
Yeah, that was not very family friendly of you.
It was not. It was very, very not. What did you say, Kamala friendly? What did you say?
I don't even know.
I took it too far. My bad.
So Devin.
That's messed up. I haven't made fun of you, have I?
Why'd I call you Devin?
can
Jacob, I just want to let you know that you said with your full chest in the chat that Kamala Harris was not black. Okay?
Yeah.
So I want to ask you something. Are you black?
I mean, I could identify as black if I wanted to.
How could you identify as black if you wanted to?
I mean, if people can change their genders, I can change my race.
Incorrect.
No, I think it's
There
correct.
you go.
No.
How so?
Because you don't understand what race is and how it could be changed. You literally associate it with heritage, and I don't know how someone could change their heritage. And that was your definition, mind you.
No,
How does
I
someone
said
change their
that-
heritage? I'm going to use your
mean,
argument. It's stupid, but I'm going to use your argument. How does someone change their heritage?
You can change your heritage by going up your family tree and seeing where they're from, and then changing it.
Please walk me down the road of going up a family tree and that giving you some ability to change your heritage.
Okay, so per se, say you're white, right? Like your dad is white, right? Can you stop laughing at me?
No.
Dude, like, I can't. Can you stop laughing, please? I'm trying to explain to you.
I know, and I'm listening. Don't worry about my laugh.
So, say your father is black. Well, let's say that. If you go up high enough on your family tree, you will eventually discover someone who is of a different color, and you can identify with that heritage.
No, that is not how that works. Also,
So you're
heritage
telling
in no
me if
way. No,
I'm
no, no. You
1%,
keep. This is the
hmm?
problem again. You don't know what race is, and you clearly don't know what heritage that is either.
I
Heritage
do know
is
what
shared
race is.
traditions, culture, history, and physical artifacts. Heritage has nothing to do with race. It's often associated with racial demographics, but then race would be phenotype, not heritage. So here's what I want you to do, Jacob. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18.
Okay. So do you like women, Jacob?
I wouldn't say that I'm gay.
It was a yes or no fucking question.
I would say I usually target non-binary people.
Got you. You like people. Okay. And those
Yes.
non-binary people, are they typically femme presenting, or do you really not care?
Most of the times they're masculine, but it doesn't matter.
Okay. 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 So I think as a young man who goes out into the world and has attractions with people, it doesn't look good saying stupid shit in front of 600 people. Okay? I'm combining YouTube.
It's 500.
It doesn't
but
look
okay.
good. I was combining. That's what I just said. We have YouTube. I'm
Oh,
dual
okay.
streaming over there. Yeah, yeah. It doesn't look good at all, right? It doesn't look good at all. Say, this is a idea that I presented to a few people weeks back. I think if the average person, such as yourself, who comes up here and does the shit that you did, were to get clipped, and then that person was required to put that clip of themselves up on their dating profile, so like social media or whatnot, I think that would significantly reduce their chances of matching with people because it would show their lack of intelligence. I don't think anyone would want to be with someone who would embarrass themselves so blatantly on social media to almost on a daily basis. I don't know how much you do this, but I know a lot of people that do.
That is
So
a fantastic idea.
I presented this to the Thick a couple weeks back, and someone else was on my panel. So I want you to go forward. I want you to go forward. And this is just an important life lesson. It has nothing to do with politics or debates or anything like that. Going forward, here's what I want you to do. Every single thing that you do or say, I want you to think of it from the lens of, if I said this and did this and I had to put this on a dating profile for millions or 7 billion people to see, what would happen to me? What would be the response, and would I like it? I would argue what just happened here wouldn't look good and would significantly hurt your chances of landing the love of your life, however they identify, till death do you part. So every single thing you do in life, view it from the lens of, if this shit was on my dating profile, how would that make me look? Okay?
Okay.
Absolutely. You have a good night.
That was very kind of you, Hector.
Fucking 18 years old. 18 years old. Trying to argue race. What? What?
Read a book. Read a book. Read a motherfucking book.
Like, what? Trump supporters request up in the box here the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. I'd make an exceptional dad, but those little niggas are expensive. Priscilla for Congress, did you vote for Trump?
I did not. I wanted to introduce myself. So I've seen Erica. Erica, I love you. If I can have a couple of seconds. I did run for Congress against Clay Higgins. Unfortunately, I missed the deadline, but I wanted to tell you that I love your show. So I'm going to drop down to the comments. And if you need anyone to talk about Mexico, immigration, all of that, those are my areas of expertise. So
I appreciate that. Anyone anti-Clay Higgins is a friend of mine. Appreciate you coming up.
Yes. So thank you for having me. Erica, love you. I stalk you on my conservative account. So love you. Bye, guys.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you.
Conservative accounts.
Have
That's
a great
crazy.
night.
We all have one, I think. Santifonigla.
Hey, what's up, man?
I'm just going to call you San Fran. Do you vote for Trump?
I couldn't vote, but I do support.
You couldn't vote? Or were you too young?
No, I have a green card.
You've got to be kidding.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I feel like there's a little bit of, there's like an undertone of like racism under that. Because why?
Oh, another one that doesn't know what racism is. This shit is a trend. I'm tired. I ain't got time. I
What
don't get paid enough.
What was the racial undertone? What was the racial undertone? I'm curious. Because I don't know what your green card has to do with race.
Hey, well, I don't know why she's associating like.
Well, then why did you say racism? What made you say racism?
That's why I took a moment to kind of. I'm like, I don't really know what you're trying to say with like, oh, because you have a green card, you wouldn't support Trump.
Can I tell you something?
I mean, sure.
San Francisco, let me tell you something.
Uh-huh.
You're a fucking immigrant.
Yeah.
Donald Trump is actually looking to get rid of people, all right, that have green cards. Donald Trump has ordered, I'm going to keep talking, by the way. Donald Trump has ordered the Department of Justice. No, I'm sorry. Let me get in order now. He's ordered United States Customs and Immigration Services to refer 100 to 200 cases a month of immigration fraud to the Department of Justice.
Okay.
All right. And he's not targeting people. When you refer a case for fraud, that means that a person either has a green card or they're naturalized. Do you know that over a 27-year range, a 27-year period, the average number of cases a year was 11? 11. Trump wants 100 to 200 a month. Mahmoud Khalil. Remember that name. Mahmoud Khalil.
I've called USIS many times. I'm fine. I've traveled. I'm fine.
So, would you like to tell me what was racist about what Erica said?
I think we can.
Or what was the racial undertones?
Well, again, it's just like, why can't I be? Let's just say, like, I'm an immigrant. Why do I have to like be associated with like not liking, like, let's just say like
Man, you don't know what words are, so therefore, all right, stop calling black people racist because you don't know what racist is, nor do you know what race is or racism.
I see. I don't.
So stop doing that, okay? Thank you.
You got going on there.
Nothing that I said was racist or even had any racial undertones in it.
No, I mean, I was looking for the word to use.
So you just started spitballing. You just started spitballing. Yeah. What can I use to make this black person look bad? I'm gonna say racist. So
I don't know. She said I'm a fucking immigrant, so I'm sure
you're a fucking immigrant.
Yeah.
Are you not an immigrant?
I'm sorry. How is her saying you're a fucking immigrant racist? You're not helping yourself out here at all, buddy.
I'm not. I don't need your help, but that's okay.
You clearly do. Okay. So her saying you're a fucking immigrant and having the gasp sigh that she did. The problem with you making the argument. Hey. The problem we have here with you saying she's racist for that is the fact that being an immigrant isn't necessarily racial or would constitute in the racial demographic that would that can be racist or have racism perpetuated against them, right? Because you can be a immigrant that's not of one of those racial groups. So you just saying her immigrant comment alone had racial undertones is ridiculous. Do you understand the words coming out of my mouth? I can't even hear you, bro. You're roboting. That Skynet is fucking with you. W's for y'all. Passing 1,000 likes, 100,000 likes. What the fuck is going on with these finger hearts? Oh, I see. Y'all think black people's labor is free tonight. I see what's happening here. Can we knock out these finger hearts here? Guys? Super important that we do that. The TikTok gods really like that shit. I didn't drop him. He just disappeared. I did not drop him. He just disappeared.
God bless you.
I have no idea what happened.
Did you hear me say that you're in a mood?
Why are you running?
Why
are you running? God bless you.
A negative mood, man.
No, I didn't say negative. I said, he is in a mood.
Oh yeah. I had caffeine a little bit too late. Gregory, did you vote for Trump?
Hello, I was up here earlier, but I just wanted to debate you on immigration.
You were up here
sounded
earlier?
pretty dumb.
I don't remember.
Yes,
you.
I was Jacob.
Why'd you come back, Jacob?
I do realize, listen, I did sound. Listen, I did sound very dumb right then in that instance, right?
Don't call
But
yourself that.
dude, it's okay. I do understand I did sound pretty dumb right then, right? But I would like to debate you guys on immigration because I know I will just destroy you guys.
Jacob, have you nothing better to do on a Friday night?
No, I really don't.
You need to go find something better to do on a Friday night, bro.
Dude, just debate me, please.
Hey, Hector.
Yes.
Oh, Grandma, you got a bad echo.
Dang.
Hey, Gregory, do you want to know what I was doing on a Friday night at 18 years old?
Oh,
partying.
Not just partying. I was also fucking, all right? I want you to go outside. I want you to get to fucking.
Okay, well, ma'am.
I'm just saying, go do that. Go have some fun. I promise you. It'll change your life.
Ma'am,
It'll change your life.
Ma'am, I'm in high school.
It'll change your
do
life.
not condone that, and I'm saving myself for
You're
marriage.
18. What does high school have to do with anything? You said you're 18.
You're 18. You're an adult.
I'm a Christian. I will save myself
You're
for
18
marriage.
and you're an adult.
Yes. I'm saving myself for marriage. Is that
he's a Christian,
crazy?
Erica. He's a Christian. He doesn't believe in going out there and having fun. He believes in saving it for Jesus. I will respect.
I don't think he's
you
18.
saving
What
it for
year were you
Jesus.
born in?
That's a good question.
2007.
What month?
2007. What month is your birthday?
December.
Unfortunately, that math does track.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine.
December 3rd, by the way, if you wanted to know.
Okay, what's the last 4 of your social?
Oh my God.
The last 4 of my social? I
Yeah.
don't know my social security number. My mom knows it, though.
I hate
Grandma House, did you vote for Trump?
Let me go teach Bubba his.
What are y'all doing in this live? This is a bunch of bullshit.
Grandma, we are having fun.
Lots
Dude,
of it.
we are having a good time.
Y'all aren't making any sense, man.
Yeah. Tell me what
You're not
not
You
to
want to
do.
go ahead and make some sense,
Yeah,
man?
There
Yes,
is
yes,
no
please.
fucking sense in this live.
Please make some
All you're
sense for
doing
us.
is just fucking talking shit
Make some sense for
to
us.
people. Why?
Make some sense for us.
Why?
Make some sense for us.
He came to cry.
Because that was your
Uh-oh.
complaint, right?
Hey.
So check
What
this
are-
out.
what
Check
are
this
y'all
out.
doing?
Grandma House.
Y'all trying to
Grandma
debate
House.
people or not?
Grandma House. I am. So I'm asking you to make sense.
That's why I'm asking you. Are you going to answer me or not?
What am I?
What are you
was I
doing
supposed
in
to
this
answer?
live?
What am I doing in this live? Okay, welcome to the show, Defend the Indefensible. This is episode 38. The topic is Trump supporters regret your vote. So I'm speaking to Trump supporters to see if they regret their vote. This individual didn't specifically vote, so he has no vote to regret, but he is a supporter, okay? He decided to come back for round 2, but you can be the next demographic of people to see if you regret your vote, and if you don't, I can give you several reasons as to why you should. So did you vote for Donald Trump in the 2024 election?
Bitch, I voted for Kamala.
Okay.
Did he just call you the B word?
He did call me the B word.
That's just disrespectful.
Kind of random.
Why you do that?
I don't know. Okay,
cares?
so you voted for Kamala.
Let's have
I don't
fun.
know who Kamala is. I don't know.
Don't be a
I don't
little
know who
hoe.
that is. Okay, so considering the fact that you voted for Kamala, you would not be the demographic of people I want to have a conversation with, which means you serve no purpose on this panel, which means I don't give a fuck about what you think past this point. I want you to go get fucked. And
On a Friday night.
Take it easy,
Dude,
okay?
can I just say, I hate when people pronounce her name like Kamala. It's Kamala. It really does make me mad.
God.
Greg, you don't get any you don't get any fucking cookies. You can say her name right, but you didn't fucking know her race. You don't get any goddamn cookies. All right, Greg, what do you want to present us with immigration?
Okay, so I do want to say when Biden and Obama were doing it, was it bad?
When Biden and Obama were doing what?
The ice, of course.
When they were doing ICE.
Yes, when they were when the Democrats were funding ICE, the most they ever had.
During that time, I think some of the actions ICE took were bad. Yes. Thank you, Rachel, for the spring picnic. I appreciate you. Rachel is one of the few people who understands that Black people's labor ain't free. W, Rachel. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Greg. Eric, is that you?
Oh.
Bruh. Go ahead, Greg.
God bless you.
Thank you, Vicky. Thank you so much, Vicky, for the confetti. Thank you, Daniela.
My
Thank
bad.
you,
I turned the water on.
Oh, good.
Hello?
Oh, good. Yes.
Hello. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
What did you say?
My answer was some of the actions that ICE took under those administrations weren't good.
Okay. So you don't think ICE is a good thing?
I think ICE is a great thing, but not ICE under the Trump administration. ICE simply just means interior enforcement, protecting the country allegedly from undocumented migrants who can cause harm within the interiors of the United States. So their job would be to remove said aliens. Under the Biden and Obama administrations, they actually prioritized and directed these agencies to do just that. Versus the Trump administration that's telling them to go after anybody and everybody.
Well, do you think that I do think that they should prioritize people who did do violent crimes, but I also do think that they should deport people who came here illegally because it's still breaking the law, crossing the border illegally.
Sure, the law is the law. I would argue we still need a more humane response to undocumented migrants here within the United States. And if deporting people who have no criminal record whatsoever and simply just came here for a better life means American citizens have to die, due process has to be violated, and the erosion of the Constitution would be a slow, if not rapid burn since Donald Trump took over, then I would say fuck and abolish ICE.
Well, you see, I think the concept of ICE is a good thing, but the way that they carry it out, like, of course, due process, they don't put them on trial most of the time. I don't think that's a good thing. I think they need to do something about that.
They're not.
So when it comes to immigration, you don't get a trial, you get a hearing. Yeah. It's an immigration hearing.
Yeah,
you don't get a trial.
That's what I meant.
Okay, I just want to make sure you're aware of that if you're trying to work your argument out here. I will tell you also, trying to pigeonhole someone into saying whether or not ICE is bad is kind of like a disingenuous way of doing the argument, simply because of the fact that it lacks context and nuances needed in these situations. All right, if you ask me the question, I'm going to say I don't like ICE at all because I don't agree with the deportations. I think that we should offer a way to citizenship, especially for those who haven't committed any violent crimes.
So you think people can just violate the Constitution and come into our country illegally?
Where in the Constitution doesn't say anything about immigration, love?
Well, it's a law.
Where in the Constitution does it say anything about immigration?
Not in the Constitution, but it's still an American law, which the Constitution.
So now you're walking it back that is not in the Constitution?
The Constitution protects American laws.
The Constitution. So which amendment or which article in the section, all right, protects, mentions anything about immigration, please?
Well, not immigration, but citizenship.
Which amendment is that?
The 14th.
What does the 14th Amendment say?
Something about citizenship. That's all I really remember.
Bruh. I want you to go rework this, okay? Okay.
You want me to tell you the 14th Amendment?
You can tell me because you're going to look it up. I already know it.
It's
birthright citizenship and the Equal Protection Clause, which
damn it, I should have known that. God.
Greg, okay. You came back for all of this. I just want to point that this is what you came back for.
I'm literally. Hey, I want you to know something, Hector. This is literally what this is what I do to Bubba. My son is 12, by the way. This is what I do to Bubba.
Who's Bubba?
I just told you, my son.
Oh, he seems like a good guy.
He's awesome, fucking fantastic.
He is.
Dude, you sound like a great mother. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll take it. Thanks.
Greg, what do undocumented migrants do to you?
Well, they came into the country illegally, skipping the line of getting a green card.
Skipping the line of getting a green card.
So to become a citizen, you have to wait in a line for a long time.
Okay.
To get naturalized, you have to wait in a line for years.
Okay, and how is coming into the country as an undocumented migrant skipping said line?
So this is what happens. They come into the country illegally, which wastes our time, money, and resources getting them out, which therefore slows down the process of letting people in the right way.
No, it doesn't at all. The process, the only process you'd be referencing, which they can't possibly skip, would be citizenship. And you being here in the United States, undocumented or quote unquote illegally, would not be you skipping the line, because being in the country does not give you a faster pathway to citizenship versus someone who is not and applies through the traditional methods.
But if say a undocumented family comes into the country, right, a father and a mother, the mother is pregnant. If she gives birth to that kid in United States soil, that kid would be a United States citizen just because he was born on our soil, which means that he would gain citizenship, or she, or whatever.
Protected by the amendment that you couldn't define, right? The 14th. What did you?
Yeah, I knew what it was, but I just couldn't define the exact words.
What is the issue with that? Why do you have an issue with birthright citizenship?
So you're telling me it's okay for two illegal immigrants to come into our country, have a kid, and that kid be a citizen of our country?
Yep,
You think that's
it's the
okay?
law.
I think that law needs to be changed.
Why?
Because the parents first of all, the parents are criminals, broke into our country illegally. Second of all,
coming into the country doesn't make you a criminal.
Yes, it does. It's a misdemeanor.
No, it doesn't.
It's a misdemeanor.
No, because what are the different ways in which you can come into the United States of America and it's not considered illegal?
Are you playing Candy Crush right now?
Oh, that's TikTok.
God bless you.
You're saying what? Sorry.
What are a few of the different ways that you can come into the United States of America undocumented, but it's not considered illegal? And I'm using quotations marks when I say that. Give us like 3 ways.
Visa, green card.
No.
Is green card
Green card doesn't count under that. You'd be documented if you have a green card, friend.
Okay, well then visa, like work visa, travel visa.
Visas don't count under undocumented. Those will be documented.
684 people in here. Get the likes up to 200K.
I got you, dude. I'll start liking. Enlighten me then, Erica.
Okay, so what you will want to look at, all right, is that people can come in here as asylum seekers.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so asylum seekers, that means they have permission to be here.
Yeah.
Also, people with temporary protected status, all right, they have permission to be here. Okay, people who have gained deferred deportation status. I feel like there's one that I'm missing. Deferred deportation. There's one that I'm missing, but I don't have another device in front of me right now. But yeah, so you can look at like those 2 specifically, especially temporary protected status and asylum seekers.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if the child gets benefits, what's your problem with that? What's the issue with the child receiving the full rights and benefits of being a citizen of the United States of America?
Well, it's kind of like the concept of say there's a house, right? In a theoretical situation, there's a house, and you own the house, right? And somebody breaks into that house and has a kid.
The United
inside
States
the house.
government does not operate on the same things or the same grounds that you can when it comes to your private place of residence. Vastly different laws, contexts, and situations. W's in the chat to Serena for the $5 Venmo, mano a mano. Serena, there's a literal subscriber space chat in the Discord to do this. But as a subscriber of the Hector Talks platform, because I keep forgetting to do this thing off, Serena is deciding to cash out on her perk mano a mano. She will have 5 minutes with Gregory here uninterrupted. And Serena, your time starts now.
Thank you, sir. First, I would just like to point out that, Greg, you came up here saying that you were going to cook people, and so far you've not done a good job. Secondly, I'd like to ask a question. You stated earlier, and this is fact, when somebody crosses over the border illegally, what is the penalty for that? It's a misdemeanor, right?
Yes, it's a misdemeanor.
Okay. So when somebody goes to court on said misdemeanor, what is the penalty?
Well, they would get deported.
No, sir, they would not. It is nothing more than a civil fine.
Not true.
It is very true.
Not.
The first offense is a civil fine. You can go look it up. Yes, those are my wooden chimes. Sorry, guys.
It's okay. I like the noise.
It is not a felony. It is a misdemeanor, and the first offense is a civil fine. It is not even a deportable offense.
But can you tell me, is a misdemeanor, is that a criminal offense?
It is a criminal offense, or it is a criminal offense, but you know what else is? Jaywalking. So are you inferring that people that jaywalk should also be deported?
Well, they didn't come into the country. Did they come into the country legally?
It's a crime. They're criminals.
But did they come into the country legally, though?
But they're criminals.
But did they come into the country legally?
That wasn't my question.
See,
Are they?
There's not a
criminals.
correlation with the
You're
jaywalking
saying-
and crossing the border illegally.
No, because your argument was that they're criminals that need to be deported.
Yes.
Your argument initially was that they are criminals. And because they are criminals, they need to be deported. So if your argument...
That's just not the case. I said...
Sir?
Okay, I'll let you speak.
If they are criminals and they need to be deported, just as you stated, they committed a crime, which is the equivalent to jaywalking, which is no more than a civil penalty, then a person who is an American-born citizen should, in fact, be facing deportation because they are, just as you said, criminals, and they need to be deported as well.
Can I respond?
Per your logic. I'm just saying, this is your logic here, big brain.
Can I respond now?
By all means.
Question.
So, jaywalking has no correlation with crossing into the border illegally, except for that it's a misdemeanor. Okay. Second of all, committing jaywalking has nothing to do with you coming into our country illegally, which should get you deported.
Okay, but our president's a 34-time felon. He committed a crime, a felony.
2 minutes.
What was that felony?
What wasn't the felony, bro? 34 counts.
Can you tell me one of them then?
Oh my God. Hector, this
Falsifying
hurts.
business record.
I mean,
Thank
you can't
you.
tell me one of the felonies.
He falsified records. Did you not just hear Hector? He was found civilly...
Okay, can you name me one, though? Can you name me one of them?
Yes, he was found civilly liable for essaying a woman.
That was not.
Which
the
one was
felony
that?
conviction or felony counts.
Falsifying business records.
That was literally all of them.
Okay. I guess.
It's a felony.
You
So
know,
per
but-
your logic, yet again, because he committed a crime, he is a felon, not just a misdemeanor. He didn't jaywalk.
But
He was found guilty. He needs to be deported.
But did he come into our country legally?
It doesn't matter. He committed
Yes,
a crime.
it does. No, it does matter if he came into our country legally. That's what matters. See, citizenship is what matters. If you're not a citizen, you should not be in our country.
What is the percentage of people that come into this country that claims asylum status? What is the percentage?
I don't know. Tell me.
No, I need you to tell me.
I don't know. Can you tell me?
No, you're the one that needs the education, not me at this point.
Do you want me to look it up?
Yeah, you're cooking.
Okay, what's the question?
What is the percentage of immigrants that come into this country that claim asylum status?
It says that it is 20%.
Okay.
I'll let you finish up here.
So,
What's your
at
point?
the end of the day, coming into this country, all you have to do, because I know that you're not aware of this, all that you have to do to claim citizenship or claim asylum, all you need to do is to step foot on American soil. That is it. So by that logic, what you're doing is you are crossing a border, so you're committing same misdemeanor offense, but you have to do so in order to claim asylum status. From that point, it then takes, as you said, by your own admission, it takes years to then get your citizenship, green card, what have you. In that process, in that time, that person is still considered an undocumented immigrant. So your issue is not with immigrants as a whole. Your issue, much like everybody else on this panel, is with the immigration laws, which is, for your information, because you are so woefully uninformed, what Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and everybody else that has half of a brain put forth in the bipartisan border bill that Donald Trump shot down, for your awareness. So again, your issue is not with the immigrants. Your issue is with immigration law, just like every other left-leaning, blue-haired liberal with a fucking nose ring.
Thank you so much.
Why are you making fun of
Thank you so
liberals
much,
now?
Sarita, for coming up. I appreciate you. I keep forgetting I even have that fucking perk. Correction though, no, you do not have to commit the offense to be able to claim asylum, especially if you can do it at a port of entry. The Constitution simply states, or not Constitution, law simply states that you can be at a port of entry or step foot on American soil. So there is another pathway. But yeah, everything else she's saying was
There's two types of asylum status.
Yes.
One is affirmative, which you claim at the border, a port of entry, I should say. A port of entry can even be at an airline. Just want to let you guys know that.
That's correct.
So port of entry, and then what else? And defensive asylum status is when you have a deportation order, but you claim fear of life. And so you have to see that process. So defensive and affirmative.
Correct.
Asylum.
Let's get the likes up to 200K, 800 people in here. Erica, go ahead.
Okay, so like Gregory, I want to ask is that Mr. Opinionated, I think that is. Are you a Trump supporter? Who muted him?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll be right with you. Thank you. Okay, so Gregory.
Yes.
I really want you to like think about this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you keep saying that an immigrant entered the country, right? And they broke the law if they didn't do it. All right, via a point of entry, or what you say is the right way, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Serena actually kind of already pointed it out to you that the process is long. It can take forever. Some people, it can take more than 10 years to get their citizenship. That's a long time to be considered undocumented, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So would you prefer that there was a pathway to citizenship for those people?
I think that there should be a faster way to claim citizenship so that people don't have to come illegally, because my grandfather, he waited in the line for 16 years. It took him forever, and I think that there should be a faster way for people to get naturalized.
Okay, but I know you said you looked it up and you saw that the number of people who do claim asylum are about 20%.
Yes.
You know that the majority of those people, what countries do you think they come from?
I would assume Southern American countries.
Yes, South American countries, Central America, Mexico. Yes, you'd be right. And also African nations, specifically like West and Central Africa. So do you know the percentage of asylum claims that are denied annually?
No, I do not.
You don't? Okay. It's actually well over 85% of those claims. I believe it's like 92 or 96%, but it's an extreme high number. So of the 20% of asylum claims that are filed, of all immigration statuses that are filed in the United States, with 20% being asylum and over 90% of those being denied, who do you think actually gets granted asylum in the United States of America? What countries do you think they're from?
Probably countries that are persecuted or under a regime.
Yeah, typically countries that aren't black or brown, if we keep it simple. And there's a reason why I'm telling you this, Gregory. Since like I told you, I would tell my 12-year-old this just so you can understand. I'm telling you this because it's bigger than they committed a crime. All right, it has larger implications. There's grander and broader reasons as to why these people are seeking asylum. Because think about it. If you had everything you needed at home, right?
Mm-hmm.
You had everything, whatever everything means to you at home, like you have here in America, right?
Yes.
Would you try to seek refuge somewhere else in another country?
No, I would not.
Exactly. All right. And one of the main reasons that these people all right, are that the migrants, especially our migrants coming from the Central America, South America, Mexico, and specifically Central America and South America, is due to something called imperialism. Do you know what imperialism is?
I would assume I know what that is.
Oh, imperialism is pretty much colonization without having boots on the ground, if that makes sense. So, imperialism is Western influence in a nation where that Western influence controls the resources, controls the money flow, so on and so forth. And it's a form of destabilization. It's like something that, I don't know, to put into a modern day sense, it's like Venezuela. Like we went in, we took out their president, brought him here, and now we have control of their oil.
Okay.
All right. And
Yes.
so, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying yes because I understood what
Check
you're saying.
Discord, Erica.
Okay, awesome. And what's up?
Check Discord.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't have one thingy here. Hold on, I'm gonna check something.
Continue to tap the screens, get the likes up to 200K and beyond. 798 people in here. We should be at 300K. Show the algorithm what you want to be here by double tapping that screen. Send your daily heartbeats if you haven't already. And if you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. W's in the chat to Vicky for the $5 PayPal for doing black shit during Melanin March. I like that. I like that. Melanin March. Let's fucking go. W's to you, Vicky. Thank you so much. W's in the chat to Isabel for the $3. Just because I don't know how you do. I don't know how you do it to deal with these people. Much love. Thank you so much, Isabel. I appreciate you. W's in the chat to you as well. W's in the chat to you as well. Guys, the best ways to support the platform is going to be links in the bio. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Hector Talks with 2 R's, or PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the tube side, you may send a super chat and a super sticker. Fuck no, we are not going MAGA hunting tonight. All right.
Absolutely not.
No. Go ahead, Erica, and then we got to move on to Mr. Opinionate here.
Okay, all right. So, Gregory, the thing is that with imperialism, what it does is that the United States goes in and it robs these people of their resources, of their opportunities, all right, to have, a life in which they do desire. Because we'll go in, we'll take out, let's say, duly elected leaders, all right, and then we'll install someone who's more westernized or western leaning, I should say. And what ends up happening is that those people tend to be bad. We can look at Pinochet in Chile. We can also look at Guatemala, Ecuador, Honduras. I said Chile already. Yes, we can look at even fucking Cuba. We can look at Iran. It's just a lot of places in which we can look at where American imperialism hasn't worked, and those people end up seeking out the resources, the opportunities here in the United States, where we re-victimize them and call them criminals for seeking out a better life from the people who took that chance from them. That's all I wanted to tell you. So I think what I would just recommend that you do, Gregory, is just start to do a bit of research and start reading about these things and look at the broader picture, because they're not criminals.
Yes, I do agree with that.
Yeah.
They're not criminals.
Yeah. So I know you believe in premarital sex. So I would just tell you to have a good night and I guess get your dick wet with the Holy Ghost. It doesn't count that way. Mr. Opinionated, did you vote for Trump?
Damn.
Yes.
Wonderful. And do you regret your vote?
No.
Not at all.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want you all to know that I am not the mean one. I have a soft spot in this ice box where my heart used to be. Erica love the kids.
Mr. Opinionated, I had a question for you. What is your obsession with Erica?
God bless you.
I don't have an obsession with Erica.
I see 2 videos on your profile here. One with her face on it.
She promotes bad information to black folks.
She promotes bad information to black folks. Do you have the capacity to articulate what that information is and how it's bad?
Well, at that time, it was about the Frank Dodd that she had said a bunch of lies about it.
Really?
And then she had muted me to when I had the truth. So
fascinating.
She does it all the time. It's okay. It's normal.
Fascinating. What was that bad point that she presented about the Frank Dodd Act?
I don't know. It was probably about 2 months ago, but I just remember the subject matter.
Can you articulate any bad points that she made? On any topic? If you went as far as to
Not
make
at
2
this time.
videos about her.
I have to go back and look, and I can come back with the report if you like.
Go back and look? I'm sorry, do you document your paneling time?
Yes.
On your TikTok?
I document what I said to people.
You got a book or something?
When it's political, definitely I document what I said to people.
This nigga got a burn book.
How do you document it? That's what I'm asking. How do you document
Bro,
it?
leave me alone. I ain't got time. I don't be bothering nobody.
It's those little dollar notebooks in the store that you can buy, you can purchase.
Okay, so you got a dollar notebook right now, right? And in your dollar notebook, you got like January 27th. Joined Erica's panel, and she spread lies and lies, liberal lies, on the Dodd-Frank Act. Must revisit later. Love, Mr. Opinionated. Is that how you write your documents?
I mean, that's not exactly how I write it, but I mean, that wasn't the least bit funny, but it was a good try.
I think there's a couple of people down there who thought it was funny. Any cases, go ahead. Why don't you regret your vote? Make a new argument, since you don't remember your old ones and you don't have your burn book ready.
Because the everyday life is a lot cheaper at this time under this president.
Word.
Under Joe, it was much more expensive.
Oh, okay. So we'll be considering averages or specific time periods in this comparison of yours?
Considering the whole time.
Okay. So the whole time would be average.
I just told you can pull from any period you prefer.
Any period. Okay. December 2024.
Joe was president for 4 years. It was a horrible time. Gas was up over $4.
Oh, well, that wouldn't be an example of the average. And I don't think you want to go down the road of gas being up, considering that my local gas station is $3.62, went up 60 cents overnight because of Donald Trump's actions in the Middle East. Or better yet, Israel's actions at the behest of the United States in the Middle East. Let me correct myself there.
Yeah, and on the West Coast, it was almost under Joe. It was like $6.
Yeah, okay. So you would not be referencing
saying?
the average. You would be referencing a specific time period, which is why I asked you the clarifying question.
The whole
prior.
time under Joe, it was
the
more
whole
than
time
it is
under
now,
Joe,
is what I'm saying.
It was more than it is now. Really?
Yes.
Okay. So let's do this. Let's do this. Gas prices today, 2024. It's West Coast. Oof. Nope, not quite. Not quite. It looks like we can talk about the lows on the Gulf Coast being $2.89 a gallon. And this would be this time, 2024, which would be March. So, no, wouldn't be correct if you say the whole time. Congratulations, you're wrong. This is why I kept asking you to get more specific.
Yeah, my information says different. I know you guys are ideologues. So
you can present that information.
Everything you say is considered
I know.
fact.
You can just present that information.
I'm looking at the averages right now, and it says Joe was up to average about 406 in some areas in 2022. The whole year. The whole year average was 406.
So you'd be once again specifying an entire year after you said again and again and again the whole time.
Okay, so
but then it's also not even that. If I may say something for just a moment.
So let's
Can I say something for a moment, please?
Go ahead, Erica.
So you want to look at the overall year because that would be silly, especially considering how the prices can fluctuate. Also, another thing is that you will want to, you can look at the average if you want for a month in a particular year, which would be perfectly fine. But you also may want to look at the median gas prices because, as we know, the prices can fluctuate across the country. Of course, it's going to be higher in California than it would be, let's say, in Alabama. All right. So when you want to look at the median, all right, what you'd be looking at pretty much is like taking out the highest and the lowest and looking at the middle ground to see where these prices actually sit at. All right. And the
Okay, well,
median is
let's look
always
at
going to
that.
be about 10 cents less than the average.
Let's look at that.
So looking at the gas
2022.
prices for a whole year is absolutely simple. And why would you choose 2022 when we know that was at the peak of inflation? Like, why would you want to do
2022.
that?
The fact was
That is so silly.
under political facts. This is the
Liv
website.
would have a name for this type of fallacy.
$5 was the highest. The next
Is
year,
this a red
406
herring?
was the average.
It's not a red herring.
2023, 363 was the average.
He is disingenuous.
2024, 343 was the average. That's all over the country.
Gotcha.
That's not as cheap as what we have now.
So I just want to remind you that you kept saying the whole period, and the whole period would include 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. I gave you a specific time period, December 2024, which you completely dodged because you understood that your argument was stupid. If you listen closely to the words coming out of my mouth, you can better understand and like differentiate what's what to better respond to the things that I'm saying. Okay. Cool.
Let me say
so
what you basically say.
Cherry picking 2022, 2023, 2021, blah, 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 would then contradict your point that you made of the entire time period. Now, if you'd like to follow up with what I asked you beforehand, the first question, which was if it was a specific time period or an average, you can say that the average cost of gas under the Biden-Harris administration was higher than the average cost of gas from this time period, which still would be disingenuous considering that we're only 1 year in.
I did, sir. I said the
So
whole
does that-
time. I said you pick a time the whole time. I said the whole 4 years. That's exactly what I said. So maybe you're not listening, and maybe you like to cherry pick December 2024. That is the exact definition of cherry picking when I give you.
Okay,
all
I got you.
4
You weren't
years
following
to
the
pick
conversation. So I gave a specific
I know
time
you try
period
to sound
because
smart.
you said the whole time. So if it was the whole time, I can pick a specific time period and look at that and compare it to now and say it was lower, which is exactly what I
but then
did.
you don't get
And
to
then we
use the
went
word
back,
cherry
and
picking
I do. Shut up. So I went back to the same time period right now, and I compared it to December 2024, in which case it's higher now than December 2024. Hence, I showed the flaw in your argument when you said you can pick any time period. That's the purpose of that. I cherry picked to prove a point because you didn't get specific enough.
Hey, I expect both of you guys to act the same because y'all both of the same cloth.
Sure.
It's okay.
Anyways, what is the point of you saying that gas prices on average were lower under his first term compared to the entire 4 years of the Biden administration, as if that's supposed to be some evidence of good Trump policies?
Because it helps the everyday family, because that's part of our everyday budget.
Oh, I know it helps the everyday family, but again, you're using this as a compliment for Trump. So
Rents
what did
are
Trump
down.
do?
Let me continue. The everyday life, rents are down.
Rents
or
are down?
mortgages are down. Rents are down.
Mortgages are down, or mortgage
I don't know
interest
what you-
rates are down?
Hey, mortgage interest rates, whatever you want to call, whatever these people has built, these rental homes that they already built these communities. Remember how they did that? And they would say, hey,
You know
move
the
into
difference
these new
between
houses.
paying rent and a mortgage
They are
interest rate,
begging
right?
people
Because you're
to move into these
conflating it now.
communities now. They're begging people to move in these communities now.
Can you answer my question? Because you like tried to mix up rent with mortgage and then interest rates.
Okay,
Like,
the
can you narrow down what your
overall
point is?
everyday expense of the everyday human is down under
Incorrect.
Trump than it is for Biden.
That is incorrect.
Okay, well, let's move to the next topic. Deportation. Somehow you all have a problem with the president enforcing the law. Why?
Who said we had a problem
It's a
with the president
clear law.
enforcing the law? It's just lack of enforcing the law. That's the issue.
How? It's a clear law. They have the right to deport somebody if they over here illegally.
Okay.
It's a law.
Who's arguing against that?
It seems like you guys every night.
It
saying they
seems
not
like, hold on.
deporting, not doing this. They
If you're
not
going to
doing
say
this,
we
they
have a
not doing
position, then
that.
you need to be able to articulate that position. You know that thing you couldn't do with Erica earlier because you don't have your notepad?
Are you guys
try to
for
do it now.
deportation laws?
Are we for deportation
laws,
laws? Deportations of who?
sir? Illegal immigrants.
Undocumented migrants are subject to deportation under certain circumstances per U.S. law, and I follow the law. I would advocate for a revised law when it comes to specific people and given options for citizenship or pathway to citizenship. But as the law sits right now, there's no disagreeing with it, my guy. The violation of said law by the Trump administration would be the issue. It's the lack of due process. It's the wrongful deportations of people to where the Supreme Court had to get involved. It's the weaponization of administrative warrants over judicial warrants. That would be in violation of the laws that you're referencing. So try again.
Do we not have a pathway to citizenship now?
A pathway to citizenship that would be easier than it currently sits today.
Why? We have a way.
We have a way that Donald Trump has made more difficult by making it expensive or straight up canceling applications of individuals from particular countries or certain statuses of asylum.
Isn't he doing it within his rights?
What rights? He's not.
Within his
Supreme Court ruled that in one instance.
Power that he
Other
has,
judges have ruled that as well
like...
in several instances. If you want to say he has the ability to, per the executive branch, yes, he can do a lot of things. If we're lining up his actions with the law, then the answer would be vastly different.
Okay, and why don't you support Trump then?
I don't support Trump because he's violating the fucking law. How many more times do I have to explain this?
So he's not making America great by keeping illegal immigrants out of the country.
Did you miss everything I just said, bro? Because you're just responding.
That's not making America better by keeping illegal immigrants out the country, lowering your everyday expenses.
How is kicking undocumented migrants out of the country lowering your everyday expenses?
That's because you all don't like to call them illegal immigrants. That is your choice of words.
That doesn't answer my question. Do you want to answer my question?
Because they're all not here undocumented workers.
You said kicking out undocumented migrants, lowering your expenses. Were you making a correlation or were you making two separate points?
I said illegal.
Yeah, and I'm responding with undocumented migrants. Okay. So once again, can you tell me how they are bringing up your expenses? Can you explain that one to me?
They're taking resources that they don't deserve.
What resources are those?
Via their kids can get certain resources when they're born here that they don't deserve.
How are they taking resources? Who are they taking? Who would they be taking resources away from?
Let's just say, for instance, if they get on Section 8, your parents ain't paid nothing into Section 8 for all them decades. So why should you get?
You know, undocumented migrants would be paying taxes, and taxes go into Section 8, right?
Okay, well, my people been here for 200 years. Yours been here for 20. I pay more. I should get them first. You should get none.
What argument do you have to support the claim that you would pay more?
I've been paying longer. My people have been here longer. You just
so
got
length
here
of
20
time
years
should
ago.
determine prioritization in HUD?
It's part of a club, is it not?
No. So length of time of paying taxes should determine if you have more of a preferential treatment in HUD versus people who paid for less, right? So we should rate our entire government based off of who's been paying taxes the longest.
So I know you're not going to agree. I'm not going to go there, but let's talk about
no. Listen. You keep making arguments, Mr. Opinionated. You keep making arguments, and every single time I press you on the things that come out of your mouth, you tend to be extremely flip-floppy. No. It's not about agreement. I need you to take a stance and take a position, a strong one, on the words that come out of your mouth. You try to make an argument that they're taking stuff away from you, from Americans, right?
They are.
And then you said their children, who would be American citizens, would be taking an option away from you, an American citizen, by being able to apply for HUD and taxes. You then tried to say that you pay more taxes. You couldn't substantiate that. So then you fell to the argument of you paying more taxes over a longer amount of time. So once again, none of those things that you're talking about specifically have an American citizen limit or requirement. So I don't know why you keep bringing it up. Do you think that the longer you pay taxes, the more you should have a say in who gets access to certain government programs?
Yes.
Got you. No problem. So if an old person, 57 years old, loses their job, if an old person wants to go get in HUD, they should be able to have preferential treatment over a mother of three who's only been paying taxes for 3 years.
I said this as a family. You went to an individual, so you moved.
Well, I gave a hypothetical. Should a 57-year-old single man get preferential treatment over a single mother of 3? Okay, so we're only comparing mothers. Got you. So the family that paid taxes longer should have preferential treatment or access to HUD versus a family that's been paying for 3 years.
Over an illegal, yes, sir.
Wait. No one brought up illegals.
That's
you
exactly
made an
what I
argument.
said.
You made no.
That's exactly what I
The
said.
argument of
That's the argument I
taxes,
said.
the argument of taxes, and the length of time you'd be paying them. That's what we're talking about. That's what I pinned you on. Okay, let's try this again. Let's try this again.
Came here and took
Let's try this again.
resources from Americans.
Let's try this again.
So yes, we should have.
Let's
that.
try this again.
You don't like to talk about the exact.
Let's try this again. So you're now
Let's talk
going
about the
back
subject.
on your argument that
No.
paying
Let's
taxes
talk
for a
about
longer
the
time should not
subject I
determine if you
said.
get HUD.
Let's talk about the subject I said. I compared it
That's
to
the subject
an
you said.
illegal family.
That's
Let's
literally
stay
the
there.
subject you said.
Let's stay in that ring. Let's stay in that ring. You can't stay in that ring.
So again, you can't compare it to an illegal family when only the American citizen, the child born here in the
Use an
United States,
example
would
as
be the
compared to an
individual.
illegal family.
Hey, let's try this again. This is where you're having a disconnect. The American
stay in the
citizen,
lane.
the child born of these individuals, would be American, which is why I made the argument that you'd have to be basing it off of length of time that you paid taxes, because you'd only be comparing American to American, because undocumented migrants could not stay in federal housing per HUD because they wouldn't qualify
What
for
are their
it.
parents? What are their parents when they born here? They're illegal
Undocumented
sometimes.
migrants.
Illegals.
So they would not be
God
able
bless
to
you.
benefit from said. Thank you so much, Jared, for the galaxy. I appreciate you. They would not be able to benefit from HUD because HUD can only be accessed through American citizens.
The kid can't.
That's
Didn't
why
you
I
hear me
went
get
back to
example
American
of 20
citizens.
years?
What?
Didn't you hear me to get an example of 20 years? The kid's been here 20 years. So how old does that make them?
What
be?
does the
Let's
kid
add it
being
up.
here 20 years or 2 years have to do with anything? They would have to be an adult and they
plus
can get
20.
access to HUD.
They're an adult. They can use those resources that their
The American
parents
citizen can
stole.
use resources. Their parents can't steal anything
their
because their parents can't
parents
benefit
stole.
from it.
Their parents stole.
Their parents can't steal resources because their parents don't
Their
benefit from
parents
said
climbed
resources.
into the club on the side window.
That
not the
has
front
nothing
door.
to do with the child being an American citizen.
Their parents broke into the
That
club.
doesn't change
not
the
front
fact that the
door.
child is an American
And now
citizen. You
you
keep
wanna give
hyper
the child
focusing
our
on the parents, and the parents
This
will
is
not
why I
benefit
said
from
we
this
wouldn't
program.
agree. We wouldn't agree. But how do you feel when they take
We
Pell
can't
Grants
agree
away
because you
from-
don't even understand what you're saying. We can't agree because you don't understand how the law works.
No,
we
we
can
can't
agree
agree
because
because
you're quite literally one very stupid motherfucker. So I'm just going to say
You
this
have
one
no
more time, and I need you to pay attention to the words coming closely out of my mouth, okay?
A dumb
Your argument that undocumented migrants are stealing resources would be invalid because a child born here in the United States, per our current law in the Constitution, would be an American. An American can't steal resources from other Americans via being able to qualify for them because they were born here. Okay. So
This
the
what
parents
y'all
that
do.
you're talking about of this American
Fox
citizen, if they're undocumented, cannot get HUD. So they can't steal it from their kid, and their kid can't steal it from another American because they're American. That's why I made the point that you said, which is whoever's paying taxes longer, whoever's paying taxes longer should have preferential treatment. And because you realize how ridiculous that argument is, here you are. I'm sorry.
You act just like the Fox
I
News
don't
people.
ever
How
remember
does it
being sued for misinformation, and then my defense in
Y'all
court
act
was that
just
I was
like-
an entertainment platform. I don't have an
Y'all mute the
entertainment
other-
platform. I have an edutainment platform.
Just
That's
like
the
Fox
difference.
News, my man.
No.
Y'all mute people
Literally
that have
not.
a
You don't
different
know the
view. Y'all
case.
just like
You
Fox
don't know the
News.
case. You literally
Y'all
don't know the
y'all
case.
just black.
Would you like to make
Y'all
a
just
different
black.
argument and get cooked on that one too?
Just like the
Would you
Fox
like to
News
make a
people.
different argument
If
and
you
get
have
cooked
a-
on that one too?
You lie and sway
Would you
the
like to make a
argument
what did I
because
lie
you
about?
can't
What did I
stay
lie
in the
about? What did I
ring
lie
of
about?
the
What did I lie about? What did I lie about?
You merged all the arguments
What did I lie
together
about?
and said, hey, they not doing this because they not this. First of all,
No. You said I lied. Tell me how I lied.
they not get here legally.
What?
In my example, were they not here legally?
Was who not here?
The parents.
What does that have to do with the American civilian?
Okay. So now the parents are here legally and you have no problem.
What does that
with
have to
but
do
you
with the
say you don't
American
have a
civilian
problem
born
with the
here?
law. But you say you don't have a problem with the law.
I don't have a
But
problem
now
with
they
the
had
American citizen being able to benefit from American programs.
Okay, but they got here illegally.
No, they didn't get here illegally.
How? Their parents got here illegally.
Because they were born here in the United States, and being born here makes you a citizen. There's nothing illegal about that.
Okay, but fine. Let's talk about the parents. What did they do, sir?
The parents are irrelevant because the parents don't benefit from the American program.
Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about. When it comes,
You made an argument about stealing resources, and now you're mad that they can't steal the resources. I said a whole lot, and you're completely ignoring everything I'm saying and repeating the exact same argument, bro. Do you understand that their parents can get deported, and the child would be able to stay here if they're underage and had a guardian? The parents could be deported, and the American child could stay. Did you know that?
Are the parents here illegally? That's the only question I got.
You know the answer to that question because I've answered it several times. We're not arguing the undocumented migrant because you made the argument of them stealing resources. I don't care that they're here. Your entire argument is that they're stealing resources.
Okay, so somebody should squat in your home, even though they break in. They should just sit there and say, "Hey, I broke
the
in."
United States government and how we go about border and immigration laws is infinitely different from your private home ownership and the laws that would go apply to that dynamic. So that was a stupid, very false equivalency. Would you like to make a better one now? I really want you to make a better argument. Dude, I saw your username. You know what? This is my problem, chat. This is my problem. Sometimes I see usernames and I'm just like, oh my gosh. Someone who has that type of username clearly knows what they're talking about, but appears to be a load of bullshit. All your opinions are really, really bad and ill-informed. Can you make like a better argument? Because you said they were stealing resources. You couldn't substantiate that. You tried to demonize them to be all these criminals and aliens, and you couldn't substantiate that.
Agenda on his shoulders. I think the same
I don't know.
thing. I think he has really low intellect.
I don't know what.
So it's the same type of opinion.
Yeah. So, anyways, can you articulate how they're stealing resources? Also. Can you articulate how they're stealing resources?
Can you explain to me how the parents are not here legally?
I never said that the parents were here illegally.
You never said they were.
Those words never came out of my mouth. And I literally answered your question 3 times already, and you're just not listening to it.
I didn't hear you.
The reason why we're talking about the parents is, I'm going to say this for like the 18th time. You keep hyper-focusing on the parents, and the parents, as per your logic, that would be stealing resources would not be allowed to apply for those programs and bypass an American civilian who would. So your argument is moot. Would you like to make another argument as to how undocumented migrants would be stealing resources from American civilians? Why is that so hard for you to do? If there's all of these mass cases, you can't. I've literally answered your question, my guy.
Who broke the law?
Who broke the law? Not the American civilian child. I just answered your question. Did you want a different answer?
Who broke the law?
Did you want a different answer? I just answered your question. I literally just answered your question. Did you want a different answer?
Who broke the law?
I literally just answered your question. Do you want a different answer?
Oh, I know. Don't worry. I understand.
I said the American citizen can't break the law.
I get it.
By being born here. That's what I just said.
Hey, I get
That's
it,
what
man.
I just said.
If I had to come
did you
on
want a
TikTok
different
and act a
answer?
certain way
Hey, did you want
for
a different
people like
answer,
me,
my guy?
I
It's
get
a
it, my
simple
man. I
question.
get it.
Do you want a different answer? What answer do you want? Better tell me the
Everybody
answer.
see you
Tell me
can't
the answer.
answer it.
Tell me the answer.
It's called the parent.
Tell me the
parents
answer.
broke the law.
What about the parents?
I asked you.
The parents
who
broke the law.
and you
Okay.
asked me what
Okay.
answer
The
was.
parents broke the law. How did the
So
parents break
kids
the law?
should've never been here.
How does the parent break the law?
They're here illegally.
They're here illegally. Okay. Okay. Cool. What does that have to do with the American-born child?
Send them all back.
Send Americans back.
Send them all back.
Send Americans
the law
back.
to have your child here.
Send Americans back. So you have an issue with American law.
You
Hold on. No. Hey, Mr. Opinionated, I don't know if you realize this. You just made your entire argument. You just built this entire thing off of laws being broken. You had an issue with laws being broken, and that's to subject you to deportation. I just cited the law, the 14th Amendment, that says people born here are American citizens here. And you now want to deport law-abiding American citizens.
No. Here's what I want to do, sir. Here's what I want to do. I want to tell you what I want to do. I want to
round
violate
up the law.
Family. I want to round
You
up
want
the
to
whole
violate
family
the law.
like we doing.
You want to violate the law. You want to violate the law. And I literally just told you the child born here would not be illegal. Therefore, if you tried to deport the child, you would then be
No,
violating the
I
law.
didn't
The
say
law that you built your entire argument on, the ones that you can barely
I said
cite,
round them
you now
all
want to
up.
violate it by deporting American civilians and arguing that they're stealing
Round them
resources from
all up.
others.
Round up the whole family, send the parents back, and if the kid's 7 years old, put him on the street and let him fend.
Now you
He's an
want
American
now
citizen.
you want to put children on the streets.
He's an American citizen. We had to send his parents back.
Now
What do
you
want
want to
me to do?
put children on the streets.
What do you want me to do? I did the right thing. I followed the law.
You
I
did
sent
the
his
right
parents
thing
back.
by putting
I let the kids
American
stay.
civilians on the street.
I let the kids stay. We have them on. We have people on the streets all day. It's no different. What's the difference?
7-year-olds.
Okay, we have them on the street too.
Fascinating. Hey, Mr. Opinionated, I want to ask you something. Would you consider yourself a moral person? And what was moral about what you just said? Are all laws moral? No. You said you're a moral person, and you said if the law is broken, you have to do this. Are all laws moral? It's a yes or no question. Are all laws moral? Did you say no? I didn't hear you. Say that again. I can't hear you. Can you say that again? I don't know why he wouldn't answer my question. YouTube, I just played the drop song. That's why you got muted. That one was a freebie. He was getting under my skin. W's in the chat. To Vicky once again for the $5 PayPal. Hector, here's another 5 for having to argue with an idiot. I appreciate you,
I'm
Nikki.
the one that supposedly was spreading misinformation and lies.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what misinformation she was spreading. I don't have my black book.
You don't have your burn book with you.
What a crazy thing. What a crazy thing to say.
To accept, press 1.
God bless you.
Voicemail, press 2.
Shit, but I could press. Thank you, Trailer Swift. I appreciate you guys. I haven't heard Erica say any thank yous. Caller, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
Caller, hold please. Just give me about 60 seconds.
Okay.
Guys, there are 939 people in the live. If you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday at 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Upon hitting that follow button, consider becoming a fan club member and sending your daily heartbeats. It only costs one coin. Become a fan club member. You get a couple cool stickers when you do. Repost a live, share it out with your friends and family. Repost it. Add your story. Let's knock out the little journeys goal up at the top corner here in the middle. 75 more of those left. Support the stream that way. Take care of Erica while she's here. There's no reason that she should not be above 2,000 coins. In fact, she should be at 3,000. And I haven't heard any thank yous from her in the links in the bio. So please make sure you're checking that out as well. And for the rest of the night, if you check out ericaeffect.com and get yourself some merchandise such as her bra hat or do all the good things shirt and use the code Parker, you can get 10% off your entire order. Finally, if you want to support me, the best ways to do so is going to be the links in the bio. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Hector Talks with 2 R's or Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. If you're over on the tube side, you can send a super chat or a super sticker. We can get the likes up to 350K, and we can do so within the next 15 minutes. I know we can do it because I know we have super tappers in here. Those of you on the YouTube side, hit the like button on your way in or on your way out. Subscribe, turn on notification bells, and if you want to support the stream, you may send a super chat or super sticker. I think I already said that. And the code is Parker. Yes, absolutely. All right, back to this guy. What was your name, Mike?
Yes, Mike.
Got you. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Wonderful. Do you regret your vote?
No, I don't regret my vote.
Okay. Do you think we should be putting 7-year-old American children on the street?
God bless you.
Say it again.
Do you think we should be putting 7-year-old American children on the street?
Kicking them on the street? What do you mean putting them on the street?
Do you think we should put them on the street? The last guest thinks we should put 7-year-old American civilians on the street. Do you think we should do that?
No,
Thank you,
I
Jack.
mean it's more complicated. It's more complicated than that, but I definitely don't think they should just be pushed out
I agree.
in the street.
I agree. It looks like you already have a more sound moral compass than the last guest, at least for now. Cool. So you said you don't regret your vote. I'm going to go ahead and make an argument that you should. I think that American civilians should be very bothered by the fact that they were played by the Trump administration on several key issues. I would love to know what issues you think Donald Trump is doing good on.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me. Well, like within a few weeks of him first getting into office, his executive order on transgender participation in sports and his stance on transgenderism was one of the first things that I could commend him on. It was one of his first plan of actions there. What do you think about that?
I think his executive order did not stop trans women from playing in women's sports or trans men from playing in men's sports. So why is it something to compliment other than showing his bigotry?
How is it bigotry?
Easy. Donald Trump is discriminatory towards the T in the LGBTQIA community, plus community.
So to my understanding, when a transgender woman, a biological man,
a transgender woman would be a transgender woman or someone who would have been assigned male at birth, but then we're not talking about sex, we're talking about gender, hence why I said transgender woman.
How do you prove someone's gender if it's subjective?
How do you prove someone's gender? You don't. You can make some assessments based off of, I guess, societal factors that we use to constitute gender, because gender is a social construct, but it's not something that just can be proven based off of what we define men and women as. We say men are stronger, but women can be strong too. So you couldn't say a woman is a man based off of strength. We say women are more emotional, which is a wrongful, sexist, misogynistic stereotype. But then emotional ass, bitch ass man who is super emotional, we wouldn't say that he's a woman based off of that. Does that make sense?
No, that makes sense. But I mean, even scientific, if you look on a bell curve, right? Men are stronger on a bell curve than women. You can prove that there are differences between the sexes.
You can prove biologically on average that males are typically stronger than women, yes. What does that matter in regards to sports?
Well, because you can group those averages, right? Into splicing them into different categories of sports.
Yeah, so if you're going to make an argument that trans women should not be allowed to play in women's sports, that would be based off of threat factors to cis women, correct?
Sure, you can say, you said stress factors?
Threat. As in the trans woman being allowed to play in women's sports would be a threat to the cis woman.
Could potentially be, sure.
Potentially. So if it's not, then what?
Anything has the potential. What? Potential is basically just like the energy that hasn't been used. So it's like anyone has the potential.
Not necessarily
to be a threat.
If in one instance it doesn't happen, it's that the potentiality.
Okay. What if I told you that we had laws in place to handle the potentiality that you were talking about, and these laws ensured that would not arise?
Like what such laws?
Simple. The average trans woman that would participate in women's sports would undergo a process of what's the term I'm looking for? God damn it! This is why I need to merge these things.
Like certain thresholds.
There's why am I blanking on the goddamn word? Essentially,
what is excuse me, Hector, what's the probability of it happening? Because the crime stats will show us like the probability of it happening.
Well, we're not. Yeah, we'll get into that in a second. So they would go through a process that would ensure that they're on the of equal playing field with cis women, outside of factors that we wouldn't take into consideration to begin with, right? We don't take a certain hand grip strength or width or like back positioning. We wouldn't take certain things into factor, right? We can have a tall person play against a short person in basketball. That wouldn't disqualify any of them, right? So outside of those factors, there's a process that trans women would undergo to ensure that they are on these similar fields with cis women, and they cannot play in said sport until that happens. HRT puberty blockers, yes, there's another word I'm looking for, but that covers some of them.
Okay.
Which means, long story short, I don't get to get up, and this is not what being trans is, but I don't get to get up, put on a wig tomorrow, and then go start playing in cis women's sports or women's sports. I don't get to do that. That's not a thing that I can do.
Right.
Even if it was, depending on the sport, they'd probably kick my ass, to keep it $150 with you.
Yeah, I mean, I can see how that could play out. I guess to me, it could get a little fuzzy with, like with the anti-doping laws, and when you're talking about, if when you're talking about injecting certain hormones or whatever to get to a certain level to play on either side, if they are allowed to take certain type of, essentially what could be seen as performance enhancing, because a normal biological woman on a bell curve,
HRT, estrogen, puberty blockers, that wouldn't be performance enhancing. It quite literally would be reducing. That's the point, right? Because if you're saying on average they can do this based off how they were born, that would be the purpose of everything that I just mentioned there, to put them on similar to equal playing fields with cis women. So none of it would be enhancing. It would quite literally be weakening them.
Okay. I mean, for like the other way around, I mean, for a biological woman to be stronger and to be, if they are on testosterone, for example, or other type of like growth. Yeah, like kind of growth hormone factors.
That would be cheating, because they would be enhancing themselves. They would be putting themselves above the natural average that would allow them to safely and fairly compete against any woman, cis or trans. That's the difference.
Okay. But I mean, a lot of them do wind up, getting hormone replacement therapy, whether it's estrogen or testosterone. You know what I'm saying? So
that's the point. Do you know what any of those things do? I don't think you do. I think that's why you keep repeating it.
What testosterone does?
Yeah, not testosterone. Again, you keep conflating puberty blockers, estrogen, HRT as an enhancement. They wouldn't be an enhancement. An enhancement would quote unquote enhance, correct? You would be having to get a leg up, a one up. All of those things would do the complete opposite of that. That's the whole point.
I see what you're saying. I guess my point was it's still a type of bodily altering type of medication.
Yes, it is body altering. You can alter your body in playing sports.
Well, not always. You can't always alter. There are certain restrictions.
It just depends on the alterations. That's all.
Yeah, I guess it's just kind of a sticky situation, because men do have more bone density. I mean, there's a lot of different layers.
Again, which everything I mentioned beforehand accounts for, and only then, when those things take place, they would be allowed. Trans women would be allowed to play in women's sports. So that eliminates the threat factor. So now let's get into possibility, because I would imagine for so many of you who have this stance, you could provide an example of this possibility of a trans woman knocking the fuck out of a cis woman in boxing, Do you have any examples of this being a threat?
Well, yeah, actually, there are examples that men are typically more aggressive and violent. Like if you look at domestic
It's not what I
violence
asked you because that
cases
has
across the
nothing to
country.
do with the conversation. I'm going to try this again. If your argument is that trans women should not be allowed to play in women's sports because of a threat to cis women, then you'd have to be able to give me an example of this threat. I'm asking you to give me an example of a threat to cis women, an actual event, an incident that took place, a well-documented history of trans women being or cis women being put at an unfair advantage against trans women in women's sports. Because if that doesn't exist, do you understand the problem with this conversation? We would be sitting here arguing hypotheticals that law account for and make fair.
Okay, no, I understand that point. I just think that the notion why people think there is a threat.
I know why people think there is a threat, and I debunk that on a daily basis.
It's because of what happens outside of sports, specifically between biological men and women.
Okay, so that
and the notable differences.
Transgender women and cis women and their relationships, that would be irrelevant. Whatever happens outside of sports. If a trans woman outside of the sports goes up and beats up her cis women competitor, they would be disqualified. So
God bless you.
I don't know what the point you're trying to make is.
Well, I guess there's just when it pertains to sports specifically, there just isn't enough data, I guess, to support either side of each claim.
There quite literally is. We quite literally have tons of data that shows that cis women pose no threat. Trans women pose no threat to cis women in sports. In fact, I'm going to take it a step further. I'm just going to help you out. There isn't even a single example that you can provide. And Republican Party has been crying about it for years. Trump has been crying about it for years. Not a single one of them can give an actual example of that happening. So here's my position, and I think it should be yours too. I don't give a fuck what people choose to do with their own bodies, who they identify as, how they're born. That's irrelevant to me, unless they step into a field to where that belief system, identity, or whatnot threatens other people unfairly. Since we have no evidence whatsoever to support the claim that trans women threaten cis women, then I don't give a shit. When I will start giving a shit is when that actually happens. When we have an example of some a Hulk Hogan built trans woman knocking the fuck out of a cis woman, which would be stupid because specifically if we're talking about like boxing and other things, it wouldn't even be the same weight class. It would be unfair to begin with, and that would have nothing to do with their identity. When we have those examples take place, and that is not taken into consideration, there's no law to protect against that, we can have a real conversation about what the fuck we're doing in sports. Until then, we just have boogeymen.
Well, maybe not physical threat, but what about actual like championship wins and score? For example, you do have
that
like
would only matter if it's unfair, right?
And at Caldas. Well, according to some, it was fair, but then you look at the actual data there, like with track and field, cycling. There's plenty of other sports where transgender women, biological men, totally annihilated biological women in all of these sports. One?
Yeah, give me one.
I think it was like Kate Phillips, 2025. Won like the USA was like the cycling national championships and women's masters. There's actually quite a few, man.
Sure, let's start with Kate Phillips. Let's see here. Give me a second. Y'all, I am not trans and the last person qualified to really be having this conversation, but I'm talking from the place of what I do know. Unfortunately, because this is a Google call, I cannot have other people speak to him. It wouldn't hear it. I can't have the money for the other thing to merge it.
Track and
But
field,
I am going to finish this up because we're not allowing this misinformation to spread.
I think maybe in the last 5 years, something like that. And then even swimming, track and field, cycling, other sports like weightlifting. There's been quite a few.
Let's see. Can I do it? Let's see. Cuts recently told science classes when you correct sport. What is it? What's the issue with Kate Phillips win?
Well, it's just one example out of. I'm actually looking up on my end right now. I'm pulling up 29 examples of trans women who've won state, national, international titles.
So USA Cycling requires an elite athlete fairness evaluation for trans women in the female category, which mandates a testosterone serum level of 2.5 NMO/L for at least 24 months before eligibility. Let's see. So she went through the process. She met the requirements. In fact, in this article, which I'm reading from Fox News here, it says officially this is only a requirement for the master's category. So they're saying since it's not legally on the books for the no, hold on, I'm reading this wrong. This only applies to the elite category, and they were in the masters. So they're saying based off of this, they didn't do it, but that's not true. They show that they likely did, in which case the only argument you can make here is to ensure this legislatively in sports is on both levels, but they played fairly. They went through all the steps and processes they were supposed to, and they got first place.
Right. I mean, if I were to go, if me or you, for example, were to go on some type of hormone replacement therapy right now, within a considerable amount of time, let's just say 1 to 2 years, we could lower our testosterone level to get within that bracket. But what it doesn't do is erase all of the years prior to building up the muscle mass, bone density that when we had higher testosterone for years before that.
It literally would. And if it didn't, per the standards that we would use to determine if it's unfair or not, you would not be allowed to play. You're saying the years alone is just some type of build up to say there's no just getting rid of that in 2 years. Again, those factors will be taken into consideration. I don't think you understand fully what, again, HRT, puberty blockers, and everything else does consistently over 2 years. And then some trans women may need more than others, like higher doses and shit, I'm sure. But again, it would match the criteria for what they need. Otherwise, they would not be allowed to play.
Right. No, I understand in that time frame, but years prior, just because you take that stuff doesn't erase the years prior to whatever's been developed up till that point. So if we were to go on any type of hormone therapy now, it doesn't rewind the clock. It just changes from that.
The clock is irrelevant
forward.
If in 2 years we can undo what 20-something, 30-something, 40-something years did before.
It doesn't undo.
It does.
It doesn't undo.
And all the factors that count, it does. Or better yet, if you needed an additional year or two, then that would be given to you. Again, it's minimum 2 years. Minimum 2 years. If in 2 years you didn't get down to that testosterone requirement that I just read over, you would not be allowed to play.
But it doesn't undo. It doesn't, because the thing is,
you keep saying that again. Science disagrees with you.
No,
W's in the chat to Jeffrey for the $10 Venmo.
Done.
Guess what's arguing for multi-generational crimes, like North Korea.
Puberty,
what a timeline we
You've
find
already
ourselves
gone
in.
past
The last
that
guy, what
point.
are you saying about American
you can't
kids?
erase the puberty you just went through.
Absolutely.
That
W's in
makes
the chat
no
to
sense
Amanda for the $10
scientifically, and you
Venmo. How
cannot
much do
prove
you
that.
need to drop this bigoted clown who's
You can't
weirdly
erase
obsessed with
that.
people's
That's
privates?
common sense.
Sounds like a perverted creep to
If
me.
you've already
A lot
gone
of them
through
off the
puberty,
bar. That's 10 of 50.
right?
We have the
You
pull up
can't
on the
go
screen.
and
We're going to
erase
give 25
that.
to Erica because
You've
y'all are
already
fucking
developed
playing
what
with
you
her tonight.
developed.
So we're going to get her right.
Are you saying that that's not true?
Say that again?
You're saying that it does erase 30 to 40 years, is what you said.
In all the
You're
factors
saying that it erases
matter.
that?
Yes.
Well, it doesn't, because you've already gone through the puberty process. You can't rewind your puberty.
You think taking puberty blockers is taking you back in time to go through puberty again? Do you?
No, no, that's what you're saying. You're
No,
saying that
that's not
hormone
what I'm
therapy
saying.
erases
That's
what
not what
is
I'm
already
saying.
has happened.
Hey, if you're saying that they're men, cis men, then them going through puberty wouldn't change the fact that they would still be on average stronger than cis women, right? Trans women would undergo the process to match cis women's levels of testosterone and other things, regardless of what happened to them at birth or a little after birth in teenagehood. That's a completely separate process.
Yeah, but it's not just testosterone levels alone, is what I'm saying. That's a very narrow.
Yes, there's other factors that
viewpoint.
would be taken into consideration as well. The factors that matter are accounted for per what we literally just read here. The requirements of the elite athlete fairness evaluation test.
But there's still, the thing is, they are smoking
They're not.
the
You
trans
gave
women
one
are.
example of the literally 100 or less trans women overall in the United States, or maybe trans and gender individuals overall in the United States that are even participating in sports. Do you know how many people are participating in sports in the United States? Or are you under the belief that solely based off the fact that you're trans, that means you in no way, shape, or form can ever get first place in to any capacity without cheating? Because that's a crazy fucking argument.
Well, no, I'm just saying that there are many cases, not just the one I mentioned. There are many.
Yes, you can bring up other cases, and I'm pretty sure as we go down the line of said cases, as we just did with this one, it will solidify my point, which is that all the factors that you think are unfair are taken into consideration and evaluated before they're allowed to play. Otherwise, they wouldn't be to begin with. Can you give me an example of a process that took place, or a lack of process that took place upon a trans woman playing in women's sports, and then after that took place, they dominated? That's the example that I need. You're giving me examples of them accounting for all the shit that you're complaining about.
No, I'm. So what was the criteria? You said testosterone. What was the other listed criteria, so I can pinpoint this?
Specifically here, I don't
That
see
so
any
you
other
mentioned
specifically.
testosterone levels.
So in this one,
what
particularly
was,
when regards to cycling, that would be the only thing that matters.
okay, so for that example, if it's only testosterone, if that's it, I do not
Is there
believe that
another
it's good
factor
enough.
that matters?
Well, of course. I mean, let's give this example, right? You have a man on
Okay,
steroids.
hold on. Are you a cyclist?
No, I am in the healthcare field.
Okay, the healthcare field would be irrelevant to being a cyclist, right? You'd be able to speak on this if you were a cyclist, and there were other requirements that you would knew of that would be violated by trans women, but you don't.
I'm just talking solely based off the criteria that you're giving me, which is testosterone. If you're saying that,
well, you're the one who's saying there's other factors. I gave you testosterone, and you said there's other factors.
Well, because there are logically other factors. So, like for example,
logically, other factors taken into consideration in a context of cycling.
Well, of cycling, no, it's
so then
about
that's all that would matter.
What is included in cycling? It's strength and endurance. Would you not agree?
That's correct.
Okay, so the thing is, like, let's go on this example of
testosterone and meeting a certain criteria of the testosterone level would determine how much strength you'd be able to exert and endurance you'd be able to exert in said sport. Or better yet, no, not completely. Everyone would have different endurances. You can't say that someone has stronger endurance than the other person and that disqualifies them. That would be ridiculous, right? So you can't apply the same logic to a trans woman.
What? Well, no, you can. You can apply, and you can. Of course, you can. And the thing is, if you take steroids right now that increase your testosterone level, and then you train for years and years and years, you build up endurance and muscle, and all of a sudden you stop. Do you know what happens?
I'm sorry,
your
what?
testosterone level dumps. I'm giving you a very simple example that could be looked up right now. If you were to take human growth hormone and testosterone right now and you train in the gym for years and years, or cycle for that matter, for years and years, and you one day
keep
just
saying
go
taking
cold turkey.
testosterone. You would not be taking testosterone as a cyclist.
I
Why
know.
do you keep going back to taking testosterone?
No. Let me finish my point. It's going to get there. I promise. If you right now take human growth hormone and testosterone right now for years and years, and you train, right?
I'm not doing that, right?
And then all of a sudden you stop and go cold turkey with testosterone and human growth hormone, do you know what will happen? Your testosterone will dump. And if you go take a blood test, your testosterone will be at the levels of like a pubescent female. And you go and try to hit the requirements for, as a transgender now, for cycling, and you meet that criteria, you will smoke the competition. Do you realize that?
Okay, and what is the relevance? What is the relevance of someone taking testosterone?
The relevant is you passed. You entered the competition. No, I'm saying you've now entered the competition with years at higher levels of training, but then we're able to get in.
Okay.
Based
so
on
you
the criteria.
Said if they
Do you get what I'm saying?
Got you. You said if they stop cold turkey, right, they would still have like more blah 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 and be able to dominate, right? That's your argument, right?
No, if they stop cold turkey, your testosterone would take a dump, and you would actually fit the range of that of a female athlete. But but you've already had years of training at that higher level of growth hormone and testosterone to give you already the muscle fibers, bone density, and everything you need to succeed.
The thing that, again,
you get what I'm saying?
Blockers and everything else would account for, and everything else would be training, something a cis woman can still do. A cis woman can have years of experience building their muscle, doing this, doing that, and the experience isn't a determining factor if you can play or not. It would be your level of testosterone and all the other factors.
Yeah, it's still not the rate of a biological male, though. It's still not. There are plenty of women who go on steroids as well for competitions, just like the men, and the men still dominate.
No, it doesn't get messy at all. You've actually done quite a terrible job at explaining yourself. If you haven't heard a convincing argument from me, you have not been paying attention. You keep saying it's unfair. You cannot articulate how it's unfair. I keep debunking your words, so I just don't know. I don't know what else to tell you. YouTube, we just played the drop song. That's why you couldn't hear them. Also, someone else outside of Shauna said Lisan Al-Gib, fucking W's to you. You a G. You a G. I saw that. You a G. I appreciate that. Alrighty, let's read these. W's in the chat to Gucci for the $5 Venmo boot fund, and he got the boot. Absolutely did. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Jessica for the $15 Venmo, paying to drop guest, please. He is pissing me off as a mother of a trans person. Why is it that cis people just want to keep talking on a trans identity and they don't know shit about fuck when it comes to it? At least educate yourself on trans people before you have an issue with it. I would still tell you to fuck off because you don't know what you're talking about, but at least know what you're talking about. And then you'd probably come to find that once you actually learn what it is to be trans and how sports work and how they're able to play in sports, your only argument would be, I just don't like it because I refuse to acknowledge their identity. In which case, I can call you a bigot. I don't know what the fuck else to tell you. Thank you so much, Jessica. W's in the chat to Amanda for the $10 Venmo. How much do you need to drop this bigoted clown who is really obsessed with people's... Did I read that one already? Really obsessed with people's private sounds like a perverted creep to me. I feel like I read that. Yes, I did read that. Amanda, yes, another one, 10. Here's another 10 towards removing the sad, pathetic freak. who doesn't give a shit about women. God damn. I mean, I do think being obsessed with trans people just kind of make you pretty sad and pathetic in a lot of ways. W's in the chat. Thank you so much. W's in the chat to Maze for the $5 Venmo. What fucking branch of healthcare, buddy? Fuck. Damn it, Maze. Damn it, Maze. That could have been a perfect opportunity for you to school people on healthcare. Fucking A. Hope you're doing good, Maze. Maze is one of my favorite white women. I'm saying it right now. W Maze. We love you, Maze. W's in the chat to Shauna for ultimately clearing out the goal for the $20 Venmo. Lisa Al-Gib, lead them to paradise. YouTube, you have no idea what I'm doing. So the drop song over here on the TikTok side is the June music. The June music was like the drums. And that's why I did that. If you know Dune, you understand the Lisan Al-Gib reference. Otherwise, I just look like a crazy person hollering nonsense. And that's probably why you think liberals are a bunch of demon devil worshipping people. Whoopsies. Call, I appreciate
I already want to go home. I want to go home.
You're out?
I want to go home.
I wonder why you're still on this panel.
I just got here and I want to go home already.
What happened?
I got like parking. Got to park. Ugh. I'm such a grumpy pants.
I ain't gonna lie.
Stop being a grumpy pants, Erica.
Turn the fuck around.
Exactly. Like, why do I have to do this? This is stupid.
I get to.
This is so stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I can't stand these people. Don't know how to dress and don't know how to dress. I'm whispering because, like, I don't know, maybe they got super ears, but I don't know how to dress. And it's just so, it's so. People from the Midwest are gonna hate me. It is so Midwest. I can't stand it. Also, if you're in Arizona, please stop trying to guess where I'm at. Don't do that. don't do that, please. Please don't do that.
Oh, that's funny. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with.
I already said go home. I just got here.
Where are your friends at? Will your friends be mad?
Somewhere. A few of them are already here.
There's the call-in number, guys.
So there's that.
There's the call-in number. Those are going to use.
How much longer are you going to be live for?
Probably not too much longer.
Where am I supposed to
We're 11
go?
minutes away
I'm so
from
confused.
3 hours. What the fuck? I have not felt like I've been sitting on this couch for 3 hours. Chair. For 3
I know,
hours.
right?
Yikes.
You just said the couch.
I sure did.
I'm going to turn and make a
Hey
U-turn.
guys, I have a goal. Can we get up to
I have to say
500,000
thank
likes
yous.
before we end? I got you. Can we get up to
Let's
500,000 likes before we end?
go.
Also, thank you so much. We went over the 50, but it doesn't matter. Half of it will be split towards Erica. Because friendly reminder, Erica's my friend, and she's smart, and she's cool and stuff. And it's Women's History Month, which wouldn't be shit
Sometimes.
without black
What?
women. And black women's labor isn't free. Black women's been going through some bullshit on this app and across the board, so we always make sure we take care of our co-hosts, particularly this month. So we're taking care of Erica. Thank you guys so much to everyone who donated. Big W's to you guys. Big W's to you guys. Yes, go ahead, Erica.
All right. Thank you so much to the Gooch for the $5 for the boot fund. Thank you very much. I saw that one. Thank you to Vicky for the you sent two $5.55 PayPals. Thank you so very much. I know for one of them you said one of the guests wanted to make you say bruh. I think I know who you were talking about. He was stupid. He wasn't smart at all. What the fuck are you doing? I'm gonna stop right in front of your dumb ass. Stupid. You're just dumb as hell. You even got a fucking light on, stupid pants. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all can hear me? This person dumb as hell. I'm so sorry. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Stop driving in the middle lane. The middle lane is not for you to drive in. It's literally for you to turn. Silly pants.
Shit.
Don't you hate that, Hector?
Yes. Kit, this is a good point. I'll go ahead and read this, and I just remembered a point I actually fucking forgot to bring up.
What happened?
Key differences in leg muscle mass. Absolute versus relative. Men have more absolute muscle mass, but when adjusted for total body weight or height, the gap in lower body muscle mass is much smaller. Muscle fiber type. Women tend to have higher proportion of type I or 1.
Can you just cut through, please? Thank you. You can do it. I'm gonna stop mute.
Yeah, I got you, Erica. I got you. It's not me muting you, you're muting yourself. Type 1 or I, slow twitch muscle fibers, which are more fatigue resistant. Men typically have more type 2 fast twitch fibers, contributing to greater explosive power. Women generally have more intramuscular fat and connective tissue within their muscle compared to men. In training response, although men have more muscle, studies show that women can gain similar amounts of strength and relative muscle mass through training. A point that I also wanted to make up that no one takes into consideration when we're having these conversations. Women have stronger hearts with better blood flow. Hold on, let me double check this because I'm not wording it right. Give me a second.
Hey, and thank you also to R. I'm so sorry to interrupt. I got to call my Bubba. Thank you so much to R for ordering from the ericaeffect.com. I appreciate you, love. And thank you, everybody, for the love, the donos, the gifts. Just being awesome. All right, keep being kind to Hector because he's fucking fantastic. All right, and do it because I said so. That's why. All right, you know how, like, if you would ask your mom something and she said, because I said so, that's exactly why you do it tonight, because I said so. Okay? All right? Love you guys. Bye.
Bam, got it here. This is what I wanted to say. The female heart muscle contracts more completely with each beat, pumping more blood efficiently despite being around 25% smaller on average than a male heart. Literally, a woman's heart is like an iPhone, and then a man's heart would be like a Nokia when it comes to efficiency in pumping blood, okay? Female hearts exhibit 10 to 14% larger contractile strains compared to men. Because female heart rates are smaller and have a low cardiac output, they typically beat faster than men's heart to maintain adequate blood flow. Women have smaller heart chambers, thinner ventricular walls, and finer veins. Studies have indicated that female heart is richer in myocytes. Guys, I'm not a fucking science major. With roughly 19% more cardiac muscle cells than the male heart. We do not use this to say that we can't play sports with women. While we've separated the categories, you guys keep making these arguments. But you're not consistent with it if we're talking about unfairness. And if you believe that that is the structure, then you should be fine. Anyways, where'd she go? I don't even know where she went. Did she say something? I did not hear whatever she said at the end. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I did not know what she said at the end. W's in the chat to Maze for the $7 Venmo. Oh, my bad. I forgot white guilt. Guys, typically during lives, we have a large scale amount of white people come up on the panel and make other white people feel guilty for being white. And because I'm a capitalist, I've decided to capitalize on this by creating a white guilt fund where white people will pay into this fund for the sins of other white people. W's to Maze for contributing to the white guilt fund weekly. She said bye? Had to call Bubba? Okay. I heard something about Bubba. I didn't know what she said clearly. I just think it's weird to beat down on trans people. I think it's extremely weird to beat down on trans people. Ultimately, I could have fast-tracked that entire conversation, and I could have just said there is no argument that you can possibly make that cis women have an unfair advantage against trans women, and that only leaves you with the fact that you just don't want them to play sports. Because of your preconceived beliefs and notions, often rooted in religion, in regards to what they can do, according to you, they can't. At least not after the process. Again, majority of sports have a process to account for this shit. Otherwise, we would actually see the accounts of cis women getting their backs blown out in sports that aren't happening. So there's that. Please do better. Please do better. Even with things you guys don't like or don't agree with, I don't know. I've always been a firm belief of minding my fucking business and leaving shit alone if it doesn't affect me. You're a whole man arguing these points. Cis women have more of an argument. Even then, they would get cooked too. I don't know what the fuck else to tell you. Chill out, all right. Hi, Kit.
Hey, Hector. I just had one quick point I wanted to make. I know you're probably getting close to ending here from what you said. But these are the same people who are so concerned about trans women because they were born male, but are the same ones that will not let children who are obviously showing all these signs, have been showing these signs for years, they don't want them on puberty blockers, which would stop these secondary sex characteristics that would put them in these categories where these people believe that there's some unfair advantage. So they don't want trans women competing in sports who have been on these blockers for years. They have met all of the requirements, like all of that. They don't want them in sports. And then the children who show these signs from a very young age, I'm talking 4, 5, 6, they don't want them on puberty blockers as a teenager because, oh, that's indoctrination or whatever the fuck else they want to call it, right? It's just wild to me. Like, you can't win either way. It's just a losing argument. They're not going to give you space to make any kind of sense. That's all.
Whole time. 6,000% Kit. 6,000%. Someone brought up a point that I actually agree with. I don't even think they really care about the religion part. They just see trans people as different. I don't disagree with that. People hate what they don't understand. There's a large group of people that see anything different, they're just like, ew. Automatically. Just immediately, like, if you don't live this way, if you don't do this thing, if you don't talk this way, if you don't dress this way, if you don't look this way, you're wrong, you're different. And it has nothing to do with morality or religion. It's just people just being ignoramuses. It's stupid. It's fucking ridiculous.
Well, that's the lizard part of our brain, right? The lizard part of our brain that goes, oh, this is different. I don't understand this, therefore it must be a threat. You know, that part of our brain we needed like thousands and thousands of years ago that we should really be training ourselves away from at this point, but they don't want to. They just want to go, oh, different, bad, grr.
That part. Guys, there are 762 people in the live. 762 people in the live. If you're not following me, hit that follow button in the top left corner. We are live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. We're going to need to do a couple of things while you're here. We're probably going to be wrapping up in a bit. I don't think I'm going to wait on you guys to get up to 500,000 likes because for some reason, I've just had a bunch of really lazy viewers lately. Like really lazy viewers. I will never forget the original days of TikTok, and my original was 2024, to be fair, where I could have 80 people in the live. 80 people in the live, okay? And I say 80 people, you can get me up to, you can get me 10,000 likes in 5 minutes. And they do that shit in 3. They would just take their fingers. Maze, this doesn't qualify. Plus, you already paid your white guilt fund, Maze. You're good. And you guys would double tap that screen, right? Some rapid fire, and bam, the likes would go up 10K instantaneously. Okay? And for some reason, you have a bunch of people here that ain't doing none of the things. And I understand that people are working. I see the reasons in the chat. You are not the demographic of people I'm speaking to. I'm speaking to people that I know damn well ain't doing shit but sitting on their phone, potentially with their right hand on their shafts. Double tap the screen, okay? Double tap the screen. That's all I ask. Especially you fucking freeloaders. You guys tune into these lives every day. You used to give me encouraging words. I appreciate that. But if you're not paying nothing, at least tap the screen. It's the free way to support this platform, bro. It's the free way. Imagine saying I can support black businesses for free and I won't do it. That's how I'm going to start framing it now. Y'all have the ability to support black businesses for free and you still don't do it?
Yep. That's fucked up. Y'all need to tap into that white guilt more. But real quick, I need to read this person's comment and then I'll say their username. But this person said, whoever said lizard brain, that's offensive as a lizard. I am so smart. And their name is Real Lizard Queen 2.0. And I can't.
Who the fuck is this person? I'm done debating MAGA. They don't possess the brains or hearts necessary to live amongst others. That's your choice, buddy. Wish you the best. Danielle said, I be working. I did help too. I'll show you in Discord. I believe Maze. Maze is a trustworthy person. I believe Maze. I don't believe the rest of you. I believe Maze. I believe Gucci. I believe Kit. I believe Mel. I believe Eric. I don't believe Erica sometimes. I believe Shauna. I believe a lot of you. Some of you I don't believe. I don't trust y'all one bit. And back on the Windows Studio days, I could check each and every one's taps. I miss those days. They still haven't updated Studio on Apple to be able to do that. Otherwise, I'd be calling you fuckers out. Unfortunately, there is no way to search the taps on Mac Studio. Crazy. That's how we used to. Y'all remember Nene? Nene would come in here, one damn person in 30 minutes, give me 60,000 likes. Nene was incredible, bro.
Okay, that's not even fair. You can't compare us to people who have freaking auto tappers, and you know that's exactly what that was. That's just rude, Hector.
She said that was all.
I don't believe that.
Action.
Did you just?
She said that was
no
all
way. 60,000 K in 5 minutes.
I didn't say 5.
Is that what you just said?
I said like 30.
Okay.
And I'm probably exaggerating
30 minutes, a little bit more.
Probably exaggerating to 30, but she would get them likes up, bro. I miss her. I miss Nene. I need to message her actually. See if
yeah, what Mel said. Mel said that's impossible. Thank you, Mel.
See, it's impossible until somebody does it. I'm just saying. I'm being animal. Guys, I'm mostly giving y'all shit. No, I'm lying. I'm halfway giving y'all shit. It's okay. Keep playing your Animal Crossing. Enjoy it. I do want to end the live with 500K at least. So I'll tell you what. Tap the screen, get me up to 500K, because I don't think we're going to get much else, people. Let's see what happens with this individual. Legs Benedict, did you vote for Trump?
No, absolutely not. But I did try MAGA hunting tonight, and they dumped on me so hard. They were so rude.
Yeah, Trump supporters don't like challenges.
Yeah, they just absolutely like were very petty, and I'm not going to do it again. So I'm just gonna I'm just gonna stick with y'all. I felt empowered to do it, but I'm not gonna do it again. I'm just gonna stay over here with y'all.
Stop for the week. I understand. Thank you so much for coming. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'll have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you may call in the number on screen, 737-295-5321. Only because we're winding down, Shanna. That's the only reason she had that much time this week. Let's keep it a buck. That's the only reason. How to find MAGA lives, literally how we do it. Typically, so we actually, for MAGA hunting, we have a group chat. We have a MAGA hunting group chat where a lot of people share lives throughout on a daily basis. And if we have nothing in there, we'll typically, we'll just search MAGA, Trump, Biden, and we'll just scroll through and find them. It's not hard. It's not hard. I'm sure there's a few people live right now, but they're running from us. If you were here for MAGA hunting last night, then you would know that I should be having someone's lawyers contacting me soon, and they will be suing me for MAGA hunting. I can't wait to see how that legally holds up. Had another guy said, I'm going to send this to every MAGA creator on the app, and they'll all know what you're doing, as if I hid what I was doing. That was weird. Had another person literally deny reality in the video that we played for evidence. That video is coming. I actually may have it done by tomorrow. By tomorrow's stream, I actually may have the video done for the final person we debated. How fucking funny that is. That's gonna get uploaded. So there's that.
I can't get over the person that called you a stalker. That's the one that stuck with me for some reason, like out of
crazy.
all of it.
Background, Democrats are evil, request up. Democrat request up. You're stalking me. Mind you, wasn't it them who was following me from live to live? Were they not the ones following me
they
from
all
live
came
to
in
live?
here, right? And what was your name? I'm sorry. One and only Zal. I don't know when their next MAGA hunting is going to be. It's kind of spur of the moment when they're not really getting any debates. But also, I don't like when Hector does it because I'm one of the few people that cares about his mental health. And I think that this is a problem, that he should not do this. But whatever, I've given up on arguing with him about it. Anyways.
It doesn't support my dreams.
What the fuck ever. I support your mental health. That's what I support. Shut up, Hector. Anyways, the person that called you the stalker, I said that part. Oh yeah, they all were coming in here and I was watching them. They were sharing a link to, I'm assuming, some kind of Discord or group chat, and then coming in through the link all together using the same link. So I'm like, I can see you all coming into this chat now. Like, are you okay?
Kid doesn't support my dreams. Guys, I just also want to point out what a little bullying can do. Look at the likes already. Do you see what happens when we come together? I'm going to give you... You guys are going to fucking hate this. So, put a 1 in the chat if you guys have seen the movie Whiplash. Put a 2 in the chat if you haven't. J.K. Simmons starring. Put a 1 in the chat if you've seen the movie Whiplash. Put a 2 in the chat if you haven't. With J.K. Simmons. Let's see. Two. Good people. Good people. Okay. All right. Okay. It looks like the majority of you have not seen Whiplash. Let me look on the YouTube side. Let's see on the YouTube side. Engagement is trash on the YouTube side. Okay. Based off of the 4 people responded over there, the majority of you have not seen the movie Whiplash, 2014, if I'm not mistaken, with J.K. Simmons. So fun fact. And those of you who have seen Whiplash, you're gonna get it. I'm J.K. Simmons. I'm trying to help y'all be great. My methods may be questionable, but look what happens when I push you. Look what happens when I give you guys some tough love. Look at all the things we accomplished together when I give y'all some 2014 Whiplash with J.K. Simmons love. That's all I'm saying. You can hate my methods, but when you go on to be a world star, You'll be thanking me. Anyway. What'd you say, Kit?
What world star at what, Hector? Beating your friends in Call of Duty, or that other thing you say?
Oh my God. I did that PSA in Jaden's live earlier. And he was like, oh my God, no. I don't know. Some people think that it's actually going too far, in which case I can agree with that. That's fine. I can make up different ones. Okay. So I can't thank you for the dono, Anonymous, but this is good news. So I at least want to speak on your good news. Big fucking W's to you. You earned this shit. You deserve this shit. I'm fucking happy for you. It's a tough economy. I'm glad someone's being able to push through it like yourself. W's to you. Thank you so much for the 5. Big fucking W's to you, man. Seriously. W's in the chat to Lane for the $2 Venmo. Transman here. Just want to say I love you and Erica, and I appreciate you advocating for my community. Love you, brother. Keep doing what you do. Thank you so much, Lane. In fact, I actually do want to take this opportunity to I saw you sent the follow-up message, Anonymous. It's up to you if you want me to read this out. Hold on. I'll look on Tube. Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to read it out. I just want to double check before I do. Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to read it out. I'm looking on Tube. I'm looking for it. So after this, I do want some feedback. I do want some feedback from the trans community, those of you that are here, on how I did. Because be clear, I'm cis as fuck. Okay? So I'm arguing it because it was a phone line, and I still think it's important to debunk misinformation to the best of my ability, but I do want to make sure I got everything right. So I do want feedback from you guys. Okay, got you, Mason. All right, so Mason's good news. I got a new job going from 18 an hour to I'm not saying what he's making now. I'm not doing that part. Sorry for lack of donos. What the fuck, Mason? No, Mason. Please guys, understand. Whether it's freely or because it's a drop fund, I never require anyone to donate to me, okay? Never. Every single dollar that you guys send of your own volition, for whatever reason, is super duper appreciated. You never have to apologize for not sending me money. Please understand. I'd be broke too. I'd be going into lives and I'd be like, you got a heart me and that's it. I ain't got shit else. That's okay. It's a tough economy. Trump's making it worse. Please don't ever apologize for not giving what you don't have. And if I ever ask for donos, if I direct you to the links, it's for the people who can, not the people who can't. You're just as appreciated as well. But especially if you can't donate, make sure you're tapping the fucking screen. Anyways, wouldn't have had the energy to do this unless I supported you guys. We'll come back stronger after the month with the donos. Keep going, Bugs. Listen, man, if you want to bless a nigga just because you bless, I'm not going to say no to it, okay? I'm going to collect my reparations one way or another. But thank you so much. Big W's to Mason, guys. Big W's to Mason. I want to see some W's in the chat for him for getting himself a new job in this rough-ass economy. Big fucking W's to you. W's in chat to Mason for another $2 Venmo. Guess I'm queuing up Whiplash tonight. Absolutely. If it wasn't so late, I would say we'd watch it in the Discord. If it wasn't so late, I'd say we'd watch it in the Discord. Plus, we had another movie queued up. It was a black movie we gotta go watch. Fuck. Shauna probably knows. I'll figure it out. I don't remember what the fucking movie is. We had another movie queued up, and that needs to
You're real quiet, Hector.
Am I? Mike did the thing. My mic did the thing. When? Don't ask me when, Gucci. Don't ask me when. It just happens when it happens. Don't ask me when.
And just as a non-binary person, I thought you did really well, Hector. I wish you brought up the thing I sent you faster, but it's okay. You still brought it up. It's the tendons and the ability that women have to not get fatigued as quickly as men. So therefore, those long bicycle rides, women actually have the advantage.
Got you. And I think it's important to focus on the fact that they focus on trans women because of misogyny. Absolutely. Yes. 6,000 fucking percent. 6,000 fucking percent. It is very much rooted in misogyny. Not to mention, it's hypocritical. It's coming from a group of people that seems to do everything else in their power in regards to their vote to shit on women. And they want to be the safe spaces, the defense for women. It's contradictory as fuck. This will probably be the last one of the night. Moses, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Moses, I have some questions for you, man. You mind answering them? They could be a little personal. It's just based off your profile picture. You seem
just shoot, man. Shoot.
You seem to have can say two pretty white women on your sides there. Those some friends of yours? Maybe. Oh, it's like that. Okay, excuse me.
I don't know why.
see I'm digging too deep.
Why do we have to say races though? Why do we have to say races? I'm just confused.
I just said white women. Is that supposed to be offensive? Like what?
I'm just wondering why it was included though. I'm a curious guy.
I just said race. Okay, so let me tell you something about me, right?
Okay.
I think we have a race problem in this country. Let me explain. I think far too many people are super sensitive about race. I think it's weird. Race is a thing. It exists. There's like differences in different races. And just talking about race shouldn't be a taboo thing, right? Like, hey, all right. I'm a black guy. Kit's a white person, right? Like, it is what it is.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay, cool. So the white women on your sides, the ones you don't want to get specific with, okay. I just hope whatever you do with them is consensual and they're knowledgeable of all the dynamics of that relationship. That's the best that I can ask for. But with that being said, do you regret your vote?
Interesting. Sorry?
Do you regret your vote?
No.
Nah.
You didn't even ask who I voted for.
Oh, who you vote for?
Well, Trump.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was figuring. And you don't regret your vote for Donald Trump. Okay. Why don't you regret being played?
I don't. Sorry?
Why don't you regret being played?
I'm not being played. I'm getting my full deal in full.
You're getting your full deal? What deal is that?
The preservation of a great country.
The preservation of a great country. Can you tell me, you can probably give me several or attempt to, can you give me some actions that Donald Trump has taken to preserve this great country?
Iran, Venezuela, deportation.
Oh, interesting.
Holy Trinity.
Fascinating. Okay. 1 second, just for people who were asking earlier. Let us go over the links in the bio. Let's go over the links in the bio really quickly before we continue. So, when you check out the links in the bio, you're going to find all the great ways to support this platform. And some of them are very, very, very free. So one of the first things that you can do is join the Discord community. Join the Discord community. We are over 600 members strong. A lot of the things you'll hear me cite here, I will post there. We engage with each other. We have movie nights in there. It's a fantastic community. The notifications are set default to only tag you when I tag everyone, or like state tags if you choose that role, because I can't stand being in Discord communities that tag you 10 fucking times a day for bullshit. So I made sure to account for that. And you can always turn off the notifications or turn your notifications on for mentions only, which is already the default. I know you guys are probably thinking, I'm already in everybody in the mama's Discords. I don't know. The Discords suck. Turn that notification off. Join mine. It's also the best place to subscribe. Because we have super fans here. I haven't set up memberships on YouTube yet because I don't know what the fuck to put on it. But Discord is the best because, again, it's in our community directly. TikTok takes 50%. Discord takes 10%. So if you're a super fan over here, you should be subscribed, especially if you're in the Discord, directly to the Discord server. It is not only cheaper, but you get more perks. I'm about to remove Mano a Mano from here. Discord subscribers get to co-host with me. Cool? Great. Join the Discord community. Secondly, follow me on the other social media platforms. That's also super duper free. Currently dual streaming to YouTube right now. Subscribe over there. Exact same username, Hector Talks. Or follow my Instagram. Exact same username, Hector Talks with 2 R's. Both of those are free. Now let's get into some moolah, okay? We have fantastic merchandise. I have 3 lines specifically. The Kamla Would Never, as you see behind you and here. Make 2 + 2 = 4 again, and the 10 Commandments line to shit on the Christians. Check it out. Hats, hoodies, tank tops, pajama sets, beanies, all the good stuff. And if you are a subscriber to TikTok or the Discord, you get discount codes per level, okay? I should do bonuses like Erica does. She's a better marketer. She's an infinitely better marketer. We'll get to it. Finally, you may donate directly to the links in the bio. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. If you want to show your support that way, because you like what you're doing, you want to see more of these streams, or you just want to say something nice about my face, you can do so with the links in the bio. Those of you on the tube side, make sure you hit the like button on your way in or your way out. Subscribe, turn on notification bells if you want to support. You can also check the links in the description of this live or send a super chat or sticker. I appreciate every last one of you. Shout out to the mods over there to do everything I don't. Back to you, Mason. All right, you said Venezuela, Iran, and what?
Oh, I didn't come here to hang out. Someone has a really wet mouth, and I don't know who it is. And I just came to say, please stop it. I don't think it was you, Hector. I think it is, you call that boy Mason. That man's name is Moses. Moses, do you have a retainer? Or are you eating something?
Yeah, I do.
You got a retainer? Oh, okay. All
Mhm,
right. That's what it
mhm.
is. I was like, your mouth is wet as hell. All right.
And what are they called?
I have misophonia.
Porcelain teeth.
I am just not a okay person, okay? I'm gonna go. I'm gonna have alcohol. Bye.
Jesus.
One thing Erica's gonna do is tell you how wet your mouth is.
Crackhead, dude.
What? She's not. Chill
What?
out.
I'm sorry.
Debbie's in the chat to Above Infinity for the $5 super chat. When is the guest enlisting? Yeah, that's a great question. When are you enlisting, bro? When are you enlisting?
I can't.
Why not?
I have oral issues and bone spurs. No, seriously. Actually, I'm actually serious. I'm actually dead ass in my femur. I'm actually serious. I'll count up. I'll show you my medical reports.
Sure you do. Sure you do.
I'm serious.
Thank you so much, Above Infinity. WCU, WCU. Does that answer to your question? He has bone spurs. W's in the chat to Jessica for the $5 Venmo. I'm a cisgender lesbian with with trans kids. You did great. Thank you. Thank you. I try, y'all. I really do. I'm not that smart, I swear. All right, cool. So you said Iran, Venezuela. You don't remember the other thing. That's great. That's fantastic. Deportations. Yikes. All right, let's start with Iran. Okay. Let's start with Iran.
Mm-hmm.
How is Donald Trump making the United States great by doing what he did?
He's preserving them by taking them out.
He's preserving the
taking them
United
off
States
the
by
map.
taking them out. Is taking them out the only way to preserve the United States?
I mean, there's 1,000 ways to do a good thing, right? But
yeah. So why is that the option that he's?
That's one of the
so
ways,
aggressively,
right? That's one of the
especially
ways.
Considering the immediate repercussions of said action.
What would be the immediate repercussions?
Simple.
Safe country, safe Middle East.
Gas prices,
Weapons not in the hands of dangerous
sucking off
people.
Israel, threatening foreign relations, and getting us into another
That's
long
just a
war.
side effect. That's just a side effect.
A side effect.
They're gone anyways.
You know what a
They're gonna be
repercussion
gone
is?
anyways. What?
You know what a repercussion is?
Mm-hmm.
So it wouldn't be a side effect. It would be a direct consequence of the actions in the Middle East.
No. The Middle East is destabilized by Iran because of what they have and their mentality and their mental state. I
feel like everything I mentioned has nothing to do with the Iran and their stance in the Middle East. I don't really give a fuck about Iran.
See, this
Fun
is the
fact,
whole
I don't
issue.
care about Iran. I don't know why you're trying to make that argument. I could care less what happens.
I'm
to,
one of the most
the
caring
regime specifically. Let me correct myself. The Iranian regime that is persecuting their own citizens and stuff. Fuck them. I don't care about that. The things that I mentioned would be specifically in regards to us, right?
Yeah,
our
same.
position,
Yeah.
our stance. That's all I give a
same.
fuck about for the most part.
Yeah, same.
So again,
Mm-hmm.
we're not necessarily safer, for one.
Yeah, we are,
Actually,
of course.
We're really not. We're not safer.
Listen, if you're in a room, right? If you're in a room and there's a 3-year-old with a weapon in his hands, are you more or less safe?
What?
Yeah.
If I'm in a room with a 3-year-old with a weapons in their hands, I am less safe.
You're less safe. Okay. So if you look at Iran and the way they're structured, no, calm down. And the stability of their country and what they're capable of right now because of what they have extracted from their people. Yes, they're essentially 3-year-olds in a room with you right now.
And how would that be
with nuclear weapons?
Okay, cool. So you're alleging that they were a nuclear
They might as well be
threat to
North
us
Korea.
at
If
the
you look
time
at their
of the strike.
GDP, to nuclear warhead ratio, it's almost North Korean.
Okay, so again,
Hector,
yes.
May I ask? I just want to ask one question. Moses, how long has Israel been claiming that Iran is close to those large boom booms?
I don't know what you're talking about.
How long has Israel
I have no.
been
I
claiming?
have zero idea what you're trying to allude to here.
You're talking about a 3-year-old having a weapon, like that's and equating that to Iran.
Yeah,
is what
I did say
gathered.
that. That's correct.
Okay, great. So I'll just answer you then. So since 1996, Bibi has been saying that they're 2 weeks away from this giant catastrophic explosive device. Since
Thank you,
1996.
Good thing we're handling it now, then, right?
but they've never gotten there because they don't have the things that we say that they have, and we've had deals in place with
And
them.
you know how, and you know this how.
Okay, all right. That's all I wanted to know. Thanks, Hector. I
Because
figured he
I'm
didn't
getting
know
this
that.
from the briefing. I don't know where you're getting your. I know where you're getting your info, but I just feel like the official war.gov documents and PDFs are a little bit more substantive than whatever the fuck you're getting your shit from.
One second. Moses, are you known in these streets?
Yeah.
Somebody wants to permaban you, bro.
Why? I don't know. I'm never on TikTok. I don't know what they're talking about.
I don't think somebody would want to permaban you out of nowhere.
Maybe I'm just like not resonating though or something. I don't know.
Chat, do y'all know who he is? He's lying. Yes, he is well known as an agitator. Yes, let's do it. He goes by a demon emoji. Yes. Hey, bro. It's your word against theirs, and they got the numbers.
I'll take this as concession. If you run away, I'll take it as concession.
I'm not running away. I'm just saying they want to permaban you.
I mean, they can want it, but you're the actor here, right?
I mean,
you're the guy in charge.
I give the people what they want, but of course I'm
you.
going to hear your argument. I want to hear your argument. I don't think I've cooked you yet, so I just at least want to try that first. So your argument is that we're safer because of the strikes in Iran, despite the fact that would be based off of their ability to get nuclear weapons, right? What if I told you their nuclear capacity was instigated and is directly because of the results of Trump?
Because of him allowing it in his first term?
Because him allowing it in his first term.
Yeah, because we're not a dictatorship. America we're not Germans, right? We actually let the world deal and how they want to deal.
What actions in his first term are you referencing?
Him allowing them to tinker with nuclear technology.
Him allowing them to tinker with nuclear technology?
Yes, essentially this. And we allow them to do this. And look what they're doing with it. So obviously they can't handle the responsibilities.
Who's we? Who's we?
Me.
Who's we?
America.
America is allowing them to do that. And that would be based off of the administration, right?
Okay, so this is how it works, right? The system is essentially for the people, by the people, right? So we elect the people and they make decisions based on what we want.
Well,
so yes,
clearly we can look at several actions of the Trump administration. He's not been going off of what they want.
I mean,
just because we are a representative democracy,
but I did.
Just because we are a representative democracy and the people decide who gets in the office doesn't mean that they would decide on the actions of this administration, because a large portion of people.
Yeah, but you're acting like it's not us, because it is us.
We vote for them, but again, the actions taken once they get in that seat, we can influence, we can factor, but ultimately it's that administration. So that would be a bad point that you made. I really want to go back to
it was entirely logical, actually.
You just reduced the hell out of what took place in Iran. You just reduced the fuck out of that. You reduced it down to we just allowed them to do it, right? In which case, I guess
I prefer to strip the propaganda out of it. Actually, I prefer that.
Strip the propaganda out of it. What is that? What do you mean?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
What do you mean? What propaganda? Out of what?
We don't have to get all into it. We don't have to get deep into it. All we have to know, right, is that
we gave them grace. Everything you cite, we get deep in.
Okay.
Every single thing you cite, we get deep in.
All right, fine.
So what did you mean?
We gave them grace, all right?
Because the only propaganda would be the Trump administration,
even though we shouldn't have,
saying they
because they're already
years. That's propaganda.
Okay, whoa. Listen. And even in that place in the world, right, where we probably shouldn't be giving people permissions, we did. And now look. So obviously, it's entirely justified that we do this, essentially.
No, whatsoever.
Yes,
you're doing all this dance around. You're completely ignoring my questions.
I'm not dancing around. I'm getting straight to the heart of what's going on.
Can you get back to articulating how the Trump administration allowed Iran to build or enrich their uranium to lethal capacity or new capacity?
There was certain legislations written detailing that the uranium couldn't be. They limited the uranium to a certain molar atomic limit.
So that would be reducing their
meaning capacity. It wouldn't properly work in weapons and even in some industrial capacity.
So that would be reducing.
When
capacity.
They decided to act a little proper.
My guy, you said he let them.
Sorry?
You said he let them.
We let them.
You just referenced a deal that limited their capacity to do that. So how is that letting them?
This was before. That was the deal in place before. And then Trump's administration in the first term removed those terms. There was still limits. They couldn't make certain bombs, but when we removed those limits, it was for industrial application. It was never meant to be in a bomb.
Thank you, Tom.
But they somehow turned it into a bomb. So
your names, I would say that
even then.
I think you're very confused as the things you're saying.
I'm the most educated here. I'm the least confused there is. I have the most clarity.
That speaks volumes if you believe that. Okay, cool. Let's go through this. So the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, was created under the Obama administration, and that was a reducing powers. That is where we said, you come to this agreement here, we'll lift sanctions off you. You can take that money and put it into your shit, so long as you don't get up to or past the weapons grade level of uranium enrichment. That deal was going just fine until Donald Trump said it was a bad deal. Why made it a bad deal? Who fucking knows? And then he pulled us out of it. And then a year after that, you want to know what happened?
They started taking tax dollars that should have been in schools, roads, and hospitals and putting them into weapons, essentially. Hydrogen bombs.
Who?
No nuclear industrialization.
God bless you.
Just bombs.
Who?
Just making splitting atoms, making bombs.
Who did
Iran.
this? Iran. Okay. Well, Iran has every right to do what they want with their money, so long as it doesn't violate international law. But yeah. Anyways, so all the things that you're saying they did are relevant to me because they were agreeing to the deal, right? They were meeting the deal. And then a year after Donald Trump pulled us out of said deal, the second Donald Trump pulled us out of said deal, bam,
God bless you.
their uranium enrichment started to go to the levels that would make us nervous. Okay, we tried to revisit it back under the Biden-Harris administration. No deals were ultimately being made. There were some issues there. But even under Biden-Harris, it was just the usual fuck America things, but we didn't have any attacks and stuff, at least on U.S. soil. We just had like the bases around the area that were getting fucked up. And, that's what they do. And then fast forward to the Trump administration taking over and instigating shit again. And they got even more enriched than they were before, striking their bases based off allegations that they had the nuclear bombs. That was proven to be false. Then walking it back to some degree and saying, hey, let's negotiate things now. Let's work on this. And then going back on
not proven to be false.
What's not proven to be false?
The level of radiation that was coming from those sites had to either be nuclear plants or bombs, or the manufacturing of the bombs.
You understand that,
and the plants aren't there,
with uranium,
so they're only bombs.
Still enrich their uranium.
You can't build a plant underground.
With no deal in play,
so
because
bombs
Donald Trump
are there.
pulled
They
us
just
out
don't
of
see
said
them.
deal. That was their go ahead of enriching it to
there.
whatever the fuck they wanted.
No, there's still certain limits. There's international limits.
Okay, the international limits. What international limit is that?
Well, they don't like Chernobyl, so they don't do that. I know exactly what it is, but
then what is it?
I said I don't know exactly what it is.
You don't know exactly what it is. Okay, so
not exactly
what the fuck we're doing here. All right, cool. Fun fact. So Donald Trump was like, "Hey, let's make a deal."
We'll get to the real fun facts.
Did you know that last week Wednesday? Okay.
All right.
Did you know that last week Wednesday, Donald Trump met with Iranian leaders, Iranian leaders, however you pronounce it, and he was like, "Hey, let's make a deal." And then those leaders left the meeting and said it was one of the most productive they've ever had. And then Saturday morning, we blew them the fuck up.
Yeah, good.
So this goes back to my first question.
They played in our face. Now we're going to play in their face.
This goes back to my first question. You said that the Trump administration.
That's how it is.
No, they didn't have to play in our face because they had no deal.
They did. They already did.
Donald Trump pulled us out. So you said
they pulled us out of a contract
that the Trump administration was making us greater and keeping us safer with their actions in Iran.
To help your
that
people
would mean exploring all options possible.
Then we blew them up.
That would explore that
because they betrayed our trust before.
Hey. They literally.
I'm just helping you out. Okay,
what
I'm just trying to help you out.
deal did they betray? Please tell me what deal they betrayed.
The one stipulating that you can't enrich uranium.
The one that they were literally following before Donald Trump pulled us out of the deal.
You can't have your army pass.
Hey, you're rambling a bunch, okay? If you're saying they violated a deal, you need to give me the deal.
I don't know exactly what it's called.
Then what the fuck are we doing here? Hey, Moses, you said you're the most intelligent person on this panel.
Yeah,
or
I
whatever
am.
the fuck,
I am.
okay?
Because I don't deal in those kind of facts, right? I just deal in what's obvious,
You
right?
don't deal in facts?
No, I don't deal in those facts. I don't deal in those facts.
What are those facts? I'm sorry, are there selective
Facts that essentially don't matter.
Facts
Like, what's
that
the docket
essentially don't
number?
matter.
What's the case number?
So
what
the
actually
uranium
happened during the case,
enrichment of
and why
Iran
does this case matter,
doesn't
and
matter
what
in
leads,
this
and what
conversation.
happened. No, I
Is
know
that
the
what
facts
we're
of it.
saying?
I know the facts of it. I know the facts of it. I don't know who drew it up.
The
I don't know what its
uranium
name is,
enrichment
really.
of Iran, when we had a
Yeah, exactly.
deal
It's
under the
literally what I said. It's
JCPOA,
literally
would
what I
be
said.
the facts that you're conveniently dodging, my guy.
What facts? Say that again. Say that again.
Oh my fucking god.
What facts? What facts? What facts?
The uranium? Got you. I got you, Mason. I got you, Mason. The uranium enrichment would be the facts of what you're talking about. And that fact would have been utilized by the Trump administration to justify their actions against Iran, to justify what you're saying, which is that he made us safer with his strikes. You don't know the facts. So you can't possibly draw those
The facts are
conclusions if
this.
you're conveniently leaving them
They
out
had
of the equation.
radiation that was beyond a reasonable limit for anything other than bombs.
Because why?
There's no plants there.
No, stupid. Oh my fucking god.
Yes. Yes. So, and the thing is this, right? If people we can't trust have these things, are we? Yeah, it's not
Cool.
like,
All of
in a
that would
perfect
be
world, we
relevant.
wouldn't
All of that
want-
would be
we
relevant
wouldn't
if we
want
had
them
no other
gone.
choice. Hey, all
But
of that
it's
would be relevant if we
logistically
had no
safer
other
with them
choice,
gone.
Mason. All of that would be relevant if we had no other choice. We did have another choice. Choices that the Trump administration
Like I
chose
said,
to ignore,
there's 1,000
despite
ways to
the
do a
fact
good-
that evidence showed that we were capable of making a deal that would protect American citizens and Iranians alike. He completely dodged that deal. He left diplomacy out of the equation for a master deal maker, and then he struck them aggressively when Donald Trump would be the reason as
Oh,
to
you
why
don't
the
understand, like,
uranium
the actual
enrichment got as high as it did to begin with.
I don't think
You're literally
understanding what's going
complaining that Iran was allowed to do what they did because of the actions of Trump, and then Trump decided to respond aggressively after going back on his word.
You're confused. You're confused.
In
You're
every
confused.
single scenario that you can bring up to me, you're conveniently leaving out that
No,
Donald
no, no,
Trump
no,
is the
no, no.
reason
Okay,
why
okay,
they're
here.
such
I'll
a threat
address
to the
that. I'll
U.S. to
address
begin
that.
with.
Hector, I'll
Why
address
won't
it.
you
Okay.
acknowledge the fact that
I'll
the
address
threat
it.
we
I'll
face
address
today in
it.
Iran is because of Donald Trump?
I'll address it because when he terminated that earlier contract, right, it was on a handshake basis, assumed, right, because of the productive
What
talk.
was on a
It was
handshake
assumed that they
basis?
wouldn't be using these weapons
What was on a handshake
against
basis?
us, because it would stand to reason.
What
right,
was on a
that
handshake
we wouldn't
basis?
sign a contract putting weapons into the hands of our
What
enemies,
was
or
on
expecting that
a
bullets would come flying into
handshake
our base.
basis?
Excuse me?
What was on a handshake basis?
That they essentially wouldn't use the uranium on weapons. It was an obvious thing. Because we wouldn't
It's
just
not about using,
allow...
it's about enrichment. I don't know why you keep struggling with that word. It's about enrichment. Those of you on the tube side, make sure you get the likes up to over 100 and subscribe, turn on notification
And
bells.
you would know that
Okay?
the limitations
so let's
on
do this again.
this,
Let's do this again. Let's do this again.
on the Mueller
Let's do this
enrichment
again.
wouldn't have allowed
Are
them to
you
do anything else with it.
are you arguing that the bill signed into law with requirements for
this guy.
departments like the IAEA to inspect their department at random at any point in time throughout the year multiple times was on a
And why do you think they would
handshake
be
basis
inspecting them, Hector? Why do you think they would be inspecting
to ensure compliance with the deal and the safety of everyone
them?
from
What
nuclear
deal?
capacity?
And why would they need to ensure compliance if they're allowed
Weapons
to
grade
do whatever they
nuclear
want,
capacity.
Hector?
What?
If they're allowed to do whatever they want, why would we need to oversee
Because it
what
would
they're
be
doing?
fucking stupid to just trust Iran.
It would be stupid to allow people to build weapons, which
said
is
it would
why
be
I'm
stupid to
saying
trust Iran to
it's
comply
obviously baked into the
just based
contract
off
that
of
they wouldn't
trust.
be allowed to do that and build weapons. That's basically how it works. This is just an obvious
I
thing,
see now why people hate you. This all tracks. Jesus fuck.
So this is cope right here. This is actually a perfect example of cope.
Can you tell me how many times their nuclear facilities was inspected the first year of the JCPOA?
I don't know, a couple hundred maybe.
Okay. So we ensured compliance. And what were the findings of those inspections?
I don't know.
So why are you arguing against a deal you don't know?
I know there's a limiting deal. it was done with, assuming Iran would do certain things with the new freedoms of this deal.
What do you mean freedoms of this deal? There's no freedoms in this deal.
Allowing them to handle volatile substances.
You do understand that damn near every
with this
fucking
grace that they've been given,
nation handles nuclear energy, correct? You do understand that nuclear energy isn't exclusively just for weapons. Did you know that? Did you know that?
Yeah, exactly.
Did you know
what I'm
Iran can utilize nuclear energy for other things that have
You don't
nothing to
know
do
what's
with
going
weapons?
on. You
And
really
did you
don't
know
know
that
what's
it's
going
actually well documented that they
This is
have been?
embarrassing.
And the only argument you'd have against Iran and nuclear energy would be their weapons grade uranium enrichment, which they were complying with under the JCPOA until Donald Trump pulled us out of it.
Where?
What do you mean where? In Iran.
They're lucky. Dude, like in all honesty, they're actually lucky. They're not like they're fully nuked right now. And
Can
I'm
you
serious.
actually
because,
address the fucking words coming out of my mouth?
What do you want?
Someone's thing failed for some reason. Every argument you're making is because you're ignoring everything that I'm saying.
You're coping.
Every
You're
argument that
actually
you're
coping.
making, what am I coping with?
Because this is just entirely obvious. Like listen.
Okay, got you. What's obvious?
Can you
What's
just,
obvious?
just
What's
be a
obvious?
normal person
What's
for
obvious?
a second,
What's
right?
obvious? What's obvious?
Because you're just trying to win. You're just trying-
Hey. Listen,
Just
I know those two white
scramble it.
girls on your side don't require you to think, but I do, as long as you're up on this panel. So I'm going to ask you to utilize your
scrambling.
brain for a little bit more. I need you to articulate the threat that you're alleging and separate it from the fact that Donald Trump is the reason why it exists.
Okay, they have weapons, right? Okay, there's technology.
Yes.
Designed to assess.
Hey, Moses. Do you want to hear me agree
To
with you?
assess
Check this out, Moses.
certain-
Check this out, Moses.
Okay,
Moses,
I'll check it out.
I
I'll
agree
check
with
it
you,
out.
Moses. I agree with you, Moses. They're getting closer and closer to weapons grade enrichment of uranium in the year of our Lord and Savior Beyonce 2026. Okay. I asked you specifically about 2015. Okay. And the fact that 2015, we were the safest we've ever been in some time under the JCPOA in relation to Iran. And Donald Trump looked at that safety and said, fuck it. Can you address that first? And then we can get to 2026.
Yeah. So basically, because of the peace of that time, right? We had forgiving attitudes. Everyone,
We didn't have peace at
everything
that
was
time. What are you talking about peace at that time? What
because
peace
you
was
just
happening?
brought it up yourself. You're at the most. What are you talking about?
I
What am I
talked
talking
about our
Whatever
relationship with Iran
you just
specifically,
said.
not the rest of
What
the
you
world.
just said.
I said Iran. Our relationship with Iran
Yeah,
because of the
exactly.
deal.
That's what I'm saying.
Because of the deal. So let me
Yeah,
get this
exactly.
straight. So let me get this straight. Are you about to make the
Hector,
argument?
Hector, I got
Are
you.
you about to make the argument that because of the peace instituted by the deal, it was reasonable for Donald Trump to pull us out of said deal that allowed us to have some type of reasonable ground for peace with
Because
Iran?
listen. Okay, watch this. In foreign policy, right? If you're strangling a country, which the deal did create peace, but it also affected them negatively.
How did the deal affect
essentially
them
Trump
negatively?
wanted to take his foot off the neck.
And then why do you care? I
He
thought you
did.
hated Iran. How did the deal affect them negatively?
Relax.
How did the deal affect them
He took
negatively?
his foot off the neck a little bit. All right. And
So
now
then
we
you'd be
need
admitting
to
that it would be his
now we
fault.
need to re-strangle them because of
Okay, got you. Well, the information that you're spreading is incorrect, but I'm
You
glad you're able to
are
at least
arguing
acknowledge
against
that one
yourself
part.
right now.
I'm
You're
not
saying it
arguing
was
against
peaceful
myself.
because of what we were doing to them, and now we're trying
I
to do
didn't
it
say
again.
it was peaceful because we were doing anything to them. You're the one who's saying that the deal was negative to them. You still haven't articulated how. Can you do that part? Because I already got you to concede the fact that Donald Trump is the
No,
reason
I
why
didn't.
it escalated.
No,
Because
I
you
didn't.
said he lifted the boot off their neck and then they started enriching more. Those were your words. That was your admitting.
Sorry.
Actually. never
No,
mind.
your
Never
own
mind,
words,
never
right?
mind,
You're
never mind,
okay.
never
Listen,
mind. I got
listen.
it. I got it.
Your own
I got
words.
it. I
Your
got
own
it.
words. What do you got? Like, stop coping, man. Like, this is actually just full of cope right here. You literally said yourself, we had a limiting deal on them. It was peaceful.
Because of
Trump
the
gave
deal.
him grace. It's
And
not
Trump
peaceful
didn't give
anymore.
them grace, you fucking
And
dope.
now we're trying to go
How
back
is
to that
getting
peace.
us out
You're
of the deal
welcome.
grace?
Thank you.
How is
Thank
getting
you,
us out of
Moses.
the
Thank
deal
you for
grace
helping
on
me.
Iran?
Oh my god.
How is taking us
Like,
out of the deal?
I think
giving
we actually. I
Iran
think we all
grace?
know this is. I think we all know this is justified. But
Here's
like,
what I'm gonna do. You're going to answer
Because
my
we're on different
question.
sides, like, we
Otherwise,
have
I'm done wasting my time here because you keep lying. And if it's not a lie, you can fucking substantiate it. Tell me how taking us out of the JCPOA was easing the boot on Iran's neck.
I have
because
one
it allowed
question when you're
them
done, Hector.
essentially
Because it allowed them to what?
it allowed them to use technology that they've expressed interest in using.
Nuclear technology?
No, the certain nuclear technologies that were blocked by the enrichment of certain elements. The enrichment limitations.
So you're now arguing against yourself by saying taking our boot off of their necks allowed them to enrich certain nuclear technology and utilize it that they would not have been able to do beforehand because under the JCPOA, they couldn't go over a certain amount.
Yeah,
and then with
okay, fine.
no
And
deal
that-
whatsoever, they can go wherever the fuck they wanted.
Yes. All right, Hector. And yeah, maybe that was a mistake giving them more freedom. So now we're trying to take it back.
Got
which
you.
Is what I'm
Thank
saying
you
we should
so
be
much for
doing.
finally being fucking honest. Thank you so much for
Yes.
admitting that the
So you
threat
concede
to
that
some degree that we face
our
today
activity in Iran
is
is good
just
then.
because Donald
You
Trump
just
pulled us
conceded that
out
our
of a
activity
deal
in Iran is
that
good.
kept us safe.
just conceded.
Forward,
You literally
fast
just conceded.
forward to 2025.
You just
we
conceded.
struck them or 3 of their nuclear facility bases
bruh.
in June of 2025. Do you remember those strikes?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did we strike them?
Oh, they weren't in compliance with certain legislations.
What legislations were they not in compliance with?
The ones that limited their activities.
What legislations were that?
I don't know the exact name, obviously.
Look it up.
I can't.
Why not?
Because I don't have my computer's updating.
You literally have a supercomputer in your hand.
It's like not good for that though. It's like slow as fuck. It'll take like 20 minutes probably.
It didn't take you 20 minutes to come up on this panel.
I think
if it took you 20 minutes to Google something, you literally would not be on this
show us
panel
the
right
screen.
now. So that's a
What?
really pathetic excuse.
What are you talking about? You're the one, dude. I feel like you're just trying to weasel your way out of this. Like I feel like we just agree. Like yeah, we
Nothing
should be in
about
Iran,
what
we
I'm
should be
saying
doing
is
this.
weaseling my way out of
Because they're
anything.
volatile people.
I don't know
Volatile
why
people.
some of these are failing, guys. Like I got 2 notifications in the last couple of minutes that they're failing, particularly on the app of Cash. So I don't know what the fuck is happening there. It's literally not me. I don't know if y'all are canceling. I don't know what the fuck's happening. Is just my Cash app not working? I don't know. Anyway, back to you. You keep saying there's a deal. I need you to tell me what deal that was. You can easily teacup out of the app and Google this deal. If you're on this panel, that means your smartphone is capable enough to Google something. Otherwise, you would not be allowed to come up on the TikTok panel. It wouldn't have the processing power for that. So you can definitely Google something. Google something. Go ahead.
Like, listen, man. We all know, right? Right now, what you're trying to do is, you recognize.
I'm asking you to
that you've lost,
substantiate your
you're trying to
claims
say,
because you said you're
you
intelligent.
don't know
and you
the
do debate
exact
thing regularly,
docket
and it's
number
really sad that
and
you
who
heard it.
signed what.
No, it's not about
and
the
who drafted
exact one.
what,
It's not
and
about the
what
exact
name
one
is.
because you said you don't know
Whatever.
the exact one,
We
and then
all
I just told
know
you to
there
look it
was
up. So the
limits
argument
placed
here
on
is that
these
you refuse to look up your claim because I never claimed that there were deals that they were breaking. You did. And now when I'm asking you to substantiate your claim, you're being a little
No, they
chicken
weren't
shit.
breaking any deals. They weren't breaking any deals. I'm talking about
guys,
the
I
enrichment deals.
don't know what's happening. It says
I
that
know you-
I've
yeah.
reached the maximum number you could receive at the time. I didn't know Cash App has a maximum fucking number. I can't control that. I don't know what's happening there. I don't know what's happening there. I've figured out. I haven't got an email of fraud or anything. I literally don't know what's happening here. I guess my Cash App is broken. There's Venmo and PayPal. All of that is available in the links in the bio. Back to you, moron. Can you Google the deal?
Okay, buddy. Like we don't have to be rude just because we're losing, man. Like,
Can you Google
there's
the
no
deal?
reason for that. No, I won't.
No,
I
you
won't.
So you refuse to substantiate your claims.
I don't know the specifics.
I didn't
that
ask you to give me the
situation
specifics
that
off the
caused the
top of your head
strikes.
because clearly you don't know things. I
I
asked
don't
you to
know.
look it up. You refuse to
Okay.
look it up.
Okay, now
And
let's
if
play
I
a
look
game.
it up for you, I just want to let you know, if I look it up for you, that means you're a
Yeah.
pathetic debater. You understand that, right?
Hands are in the air. You got me now. Look it up.
He is conceding, James.
No one's conceding.
Who can I cash out to?
This is actually the Copus Live. Dude.
Guys,
This is
all
the
my
Copus
other
Live.
apps work. It's just Cash App for some reason that's being weird. Like my Venmo just came through. It's Cash App that said a limit on there, I guess, and someone said for the next 24 hours. I don't even know how this works. This is the first time this ever happened to me. I don't know. Okay. So Moses, are you looking up now?
No, I just said I'm a pathetic debater, so you have to look it up. And you're losing to him too.
Oh, okay, so you're conceding that you're a pathetic debater who needs help.
Of course.
Thank you.
Look it up.
Got you. No problem. That's all I needed. All right, so let's see. What deal was Iran violating concerning nuclear energy? Check this out, guys. Check this out, guys. Iran has been violating the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, commonly known as the 2015 Iran nuclear deal, by exceeding limits on its enriched uranium stockpile, increasing enrichment levels to 60%, and operating advanced centrifuges prohibited by the agreement. So,
So
riddle
that
me
deal
this.
that's no longer in place.
Riddle me this, Batman. How is Iran violating a deal that they weren't supposed to be, or that they were no longer required to uphold because Donald Trump pulled us out of the deal?
Does it stand to reason, Hector, that we'd sign a contract that put guns into people's hands that we'd expect them to shoot at us? Yes or no?
Nothing about the JCPOA was putting "quote unquote" guns into people's hands.
Metaphorically,
the example that you're giving
Hector,
it does not correlate to the argument that we're making here.
Okay. Would it make sense that we sign a contract putting nuclear warheads in the hands of people who would think of putting
The
them inside of our
JCPOA,
cities
which would be the contract
and
that you're
splitting the atoms
referencing, did
inside
not
of them?
put nuclear weapons,
I
weapons
don't
grade
think
nuclear
so.
weapons
I
in their
don't-
hands. It literally reduced it. You fucking dolt.
Okay,
Why
okay,
in the
okay.
world do you keep repeating the same stupid shit that does
This
not
guy
apply?
is
You
absolute-
don't understand the JCPOA, which is why you keep repeating the same
You're
stupid
joking,
shit
yeah,
that
you're
you're
joking.
saying, my guy.
Are you serious right now?
Yes, I'm dead serious. You're a fucking dolt. Congratulations.
Okay. I'll walk you
Hector,
through it
my
again.
phone is unaliving.
You can't
through it
walk
again.
me through a goddamn thing.
I'll
You can't
walk you
walk
through
me
it
through
again.
something you keep
Okay.
misquoting.
No, there are no misquotes. There's no misquotes. Okay. Deal created. No doing this. No doing this tech. No, bad for you. Make a big bomb with this. We let them because they want the
Daddy-O,
tech for an unrelated
tell
reason.
Kathy
So we
if they
lift
want to be a
the
mod,
contract.
they have to join the Discord. I keep
They
modding
make
people,
the
and one of the
weapons
requirements of
of
being
mass
a mod
destruction
on any
that
of
we
my
told them not
platforms
to make in
is
2015.
being a Discord
We
member.
are now
So
going to
I'll
war
mod
against
them once
them
they join the Discord.
to reinstate order. You're
Also, I'm
welcome.
seeing this thing about transaction caps. I still think that's weird. I've literally never had this issue
It's
before.
very simple. It's
So
very
there's that.
simple.
I don't even know what you just said, and it's probably irrelevant.
Yeah, because you're just like, you don't like facts, I don't think. I think this is like a
Guys,
joke
the
or something.
Discord
this
is in
isn't
the
a joke,
links in the
man. This is
bio.
actually serious stuff.
Discord
Like, you
is in
should
the
take
links
this
in
stuff
the bio.
seriously.
And
You
it
should
is
actually take this
completely
stuff
free.
seriously.
Cool. Tell me what I'm supposed to take seriously.
Just like, I think you're taking this more like it's a joke or something. Like, I
I'm
don't
not
like, I
laughing.
don't like your attitude
You're
with
the
this.
only
I don't
one
like your
who's being
attitude.
kiki and cacaing this whole time.
Yeah, because you're just because like it's just insane, like the way
But
you're
you said
trying
I'm
to,
taking
like,
it as a joke,
like
and you're
spin
the only
these
one who's been
things that you're
laughing, so you
trying
lied.
to spin like grass is green, like facts.
You just lied.
Like I could say the grass is green, and you'd say no,
just
it's
lied.
like actually with the reflection of
lying.
the photosynthesis. Like no, dude,
You
we have to be
literally
honest
keep
here.
lying.
I'm not lying. I've said literally, I've only said the truth, and I've also said things you have said. If I'm lying, it's because you said it and I said it back to you, and now you think I'm lying. Your own logic proves me right. You've had 3 like sentences where I'm like, oh yeah, like sure, dude.
Chad, I have a real
Makes
question.
sense.
I have a real question for you guys. At this point, there's only 2 logical conclusions that I can draw about Moses. Conclusion number 1 is that this person is mentally incapable of comprehension. And at this point, if I keep him up on this panel, it would be abuse. Or 2, they're so fucking stupid, willfully stupid, and they're just doing this for fun. I'm very likely to believe the second one.
He's setting the stage for
running. Keeps saying a bunch of really stupid shit. And despite said stupid shit being Googled, despite the fact that I'm having to accept or Google his own claims, because as he said in his own words earlier, and we have it on the tape, he was incapable of doing so, he's still repeating the same stuff that we debunked like 20, 30 minutes ago. So I think it's 2.
I mean, you can run.
I'm not running.
You can just say you concede.
Literally
like,
not running.
It's
You've
actually
conceded
good to
this
lose.
entire
It's good
debate.
to
It's
lose.
actually really sad.
Losing is good for you.
It's actually really sad.
I'm
going to take a moment to read a couple
is
of
step
these,
towards success.
and
you've just found a new way to win.
We're just gonna. I'm actually fucking mad because someone actually sent the remainder amount, and for some fucking reason it didn't go through. Fuck you, Cash App. W's in the chat
God's
to
will.
To the person who sent me the Venmo about the Discord, if you're in the Discord, all you have to do is follow the prompts in the Get Access and Rules section. I don't have to do anything. You have to do the things in the Discord. There's a Get Access and Rules section. You go to that, you follow the prompts, and then you get access and rules. So do that first. Thank you for the 2. W's in the chat to Melanie for the $10. I'm with Erica. He has the worst mouth sounds. That fucking part. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Kathy for the $5 PayPal. Perma. W's in the chat to comments. W's in the chat to Jessica for the $20 PayPal P-Ban. Thank you so much, Jessica. W's in the chat to Gucci for the $5 Venmo P-Ban. And because you're not reading the chat, turn up your mic. I know it went down for a second, but I adjusted it at that time. We still got to get a new mic, y'all.
Oh, so you're like
W's in the chat to
permanently
Alex
running
for the
away.
$5 Venmo. This dude is an absolute douche. Cano.
Not only are you
P-Ban,
running away,
please.
but you're hot.
W's in the chat to Irene for the $10 Venmo.
Running and
It's so
hiding
wild
is
how so many
crazy
MAGAs
work.
debate war as if there aren't
Crazy
consequences,
work.
even just laughing through casualties of war. Yeah, he's literally been the guy laughing this whole time. He's literally been
Because
laughing
it's like
the
absurd
entire
what you're
time.
saying. It's absurd what you're saying.
Irene, it is in the fund. It's literally all up there. So yeah. You've been laughing through this. You've been making jokes about it. You've been reducing it. You've been responding with inaccurate
No, I
information,
haven't.
and it's
No, I
been
haven't.
really, really embarrassing. Chat, can we get up to 600K? I have a surprise for you guys once we hit up 600K.
First joke was you calling me Mason, actually.
600K. 600K.
Let's not pretend.
we
Let's
can
not
get
pretend
the,
like
we
you
have
didn't
a
set the
surprise for that.
stage here.
What did I set the stage for? You dumb fuck.
Jokes. And I never actually made a joke.
How did I set the
only
stage
made
for
jokes
jokes,
about
you
you.
dumb fuck?
Okay, I only made jokes about you and what you said.
How did I set the
Because I find it
stage for
insane
jokes, you
that
dumb
someone
fuck?
can talk about something so
How
important.
did I set the stage for jokes, you ignoramus,
like,
dumb fuck,
zero,
limp dick
like
twat?
zero
Can you go ahead and
intellectual
answer my question,
It's
or are you
really
going to make
insane.
yet another
I
claim
think
that
it's
you're
like weaponized
incapable of
incompetence almost.
substantiating?
It's almost like to like make sense of it. What do you want?
You ready to answer my questions now?
Yeah, what's your question?
What did I set the stage for, you ignoramus, dumb fuck?
Okay, we don't have to be exactly right there.
I do have to be.
Right?
I do have
like,
to be, and
this
I will
should
be.
like for serious stuff like this, we shouldn't be named.
Oh, I'm seriously calling you a dumb
we
fuck.
should be professional, right?
I'm being very professional right now, you dumb
We should
fuck.
be adults.
I'm being extremely adult right now, you dumb fuck.
Really? Are you now?
Yes.
I don't think you are, my friend.
Wow, that's crazy.
Like, see, and this is what I'm talking about. Intellectual dishonesty. You're being a dishonest person right now. You know you're not.
What am I doing?
And you're
What
saying
am I
you
being
are.
that's dishonest, you dumb fuck?
So this is what I'm saying. You're setting the stage, right?
What am I being
For
that's
factually
dishonest,
incorrect
you dumb
information.
fuck? I'm setting the
And
stage
you're
for
priming
factually
your
incorrect
brain-
information
you're
by
priming your
citing
brain to
factually
just-
correct information that you misconstrued the entire time. Kit, you had your hands up.
Yeah, I've just been wondering for a while if Moses is aware of what type of government Iran had prior to 1958.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so prior to 1958, Iran had a democracy. Do you know why they no longer have a
I got you, James.
democracy?
Why, Kit?
Because the leader at the time, I'm not even going to pretend to be able to pronounce his name, wanted to nationalize their oil so that, you know, their country would get the majority of the profits from said oil. We didn't like that because Britain didn't like that. So what do you think we did? For the new Shah that took over after their democratically elected leader was ousted out of his spot. This regime change, the way Iran is now, the way that they've been for a long time, the reason they don't like us goes back quite some time. And I'm not shocked whatsoever that you don't know that. Okay.
All right, so Kit, because we were unfair to these people and now they're dangerous, it doesn't take the danger out of it, unfortunately. So that's why we need someone like Trump here to fix, to
Can you go? I want to give you a full 60 seconds. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you a
danger
full
still
60
exists,
seconds,
no matter who
uninterrupted,
created it or
to
why it is.
articulate the danger and how Donald Trump himself did not put us in direct.
I don't think I should, to be honest.
You
I don't think I should.
Oh, are you going to run? Are you giving up?
All right, fine. If you really like, I kind of feel bad for you. Like, I don't want, like,
What's unethical? What dog have you walked? I don't think you've walked any dogs. Shauna, you're supposed to wait until the song was done, but it's okay. It's okay.
Okay, but Shauna was my same level of fed up, so W Shauna.
So, in light of the fact that people tried to permaban him and Cash App failed me, and I was growing increasingly tired of that conversation, and I'm feeling generous, I decided to just fucking do it. He is banned. You guys will never see him on this platform again. And I can start the process of retaining what's left of the hair follicles on the top of my scalp. Which is saying a lot because there's not much.
I would just quickly like to say W to Covey because I learned all of that from her.
Debbie's in the chat to Mason for the $5. This is my business. How am I being unprofessional when I conduct what certifies as professional for my business? Oh, Lisa Al-Gib! You guys gotta go watch. If you haven't watched Whiplash and Dune, you need to go watch those two movies. If you haven't watched Whiplash and Dune, you gotta go watch those two movies. They're fantastic movies. Hold on. America First 17.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Let's skip the pleasantries. Give me your best point.
I think what Trump is doing right now with Iran, I think is actually needed. We actually support Israel, one of our allies in the Middle East, and I believe.
So you're an Israel
I mean, I don't
dick
believe
sucker.
it, but I feel like, yeah, I think Israel has a right to exist after the Holocaust, and
That's all I needed. Thank you. Appreciate that. We don't like Israel dick suckers here. But that being said, I think Dan's live. We're going to send him a raid. Guys, you know I told myself that I would not be live longer than 2.5 hours. Why the fuck do I lie? Why do I lie?
Wait, you thought that you could set a time limit for yourself?
Yeah. Why do I lie?
I don't think it's a lie as much as you should just know better right now. By now, you've been doing this long enough.
I straight up lied, bro. I just lied to myself. I convinced myself that I would do that.
I like Brandy's reason. It's because you love hanging out with us, Hector.
Let's see. Alrighty. You know what? I'll take that, Brandy. I'll take that. Guys, I have this thing about these, like, I'm not even going to consider him debate bro because he didn't even try to do that. These kids who get up on this platform and try to debate human lives that are at stake and at risk because of the actions of this administration. I don't allow it. Or I do allow it at a cost. The cost is when I cook you, you're not coming back. Tonight it was a permaban. So either way, he was not really fucking coming back. Because there's no debating human rights. There's no debating a lot of the things that they try to. There's only embarrassing you and sending you on your way. That's why we do our best not to recycle ops. I do my best not to bring up the same fucking people. Because what's the point? You're just doing this for sport. You're just doing this for fun. You're doing this for follows and coins. And you don't deserve that. Especially if you're shown to be stupid. And that guy was extremely stupid. So. Tube already set up the redirect to Dan Malik's live. So that's what I did. I am actually super tired, Securitron. So I may go in there and say hi, but I will not be joining or sticking around, I should say. Can I get 4 more people to like the stream on YouTube? 4 more people to like the stream on YouTube and it'll go up to 100. Shout out to the 2 people. And I'm going to say y'all's names because y'all are awesome. And Cash App failed you and me. Shout out to Desiree and Jacqueline, who actually tried to get him up out of the paint earlier. And then Cash App said, fuck black people. Because they're literally both black. They said, fuck me. They said, fuck them. Which is crazy disrespectful. Particularly them during Women's History Month. They said, fuck them because they're black and women. Absolutely crazy. W's to you guys. Thank you so much. I decided I'll honor black women by perma-banning him anyway. Yeah, YouTube. 4 more people. Hit that like button. Subscribe on your way out. Thank you guys all so much for being here. Shout out to the hardest working fucking mods from the Hector Talks team. They watch all the things that I don't. Thank you guys for the supers, chats, super stickers, the comments, the engagement, the likes, the shares. You guys are W. You guys are W. The second I end this stream, it's going to redirect you to Dan Malik's live, so don't leave. It's going to take you there automatically.